Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tinfoil Tuesday. I hope you're all having a wonderful week so far, even though it's still quite early on. I hope you're ready for I'm doing a real good job so far. Thank you, Pasta Dan 919 for following. Thank you, Ninja Rabbi for following. Jouster Zen for following. That was 2 hours ago, though, so they may not be here. Thank you, everyone. No, I am not toasted, unfortunately. That would be nice, though. Today we're going to be talking about a variety of topics. We're going to be talking about the Bermuda Triangle. We're going to be talking about the actual conspiracy theories that I've been covering sovereign citizens and their actions a lot recently, but I figured we'd pull up a video that kind of explains what their beliefs are, because really, what are sovereign citizens if not conspiracy theorists against the law? We have a video on the dangers, air quote, of 5G. We have an AIDS denialist video, someone who believes that HIV and AIDS are a conspiracy. We have Conspiracy Castle, who I can never get through an entire video because he's so annoying. And Flat Earth, maybe, and Part 9 of Fall of the Cabal. There are only 2 parts left of Fall of the Cabal, and then we are done. So next week, we should be finishing Fall of the Cabal, which will be nice. So that'll be our dose of Qanonsense for this week. Can't we just watch Blair White and talk about how problematic she is? Tomorrow! Today's Tinfoil Tuesday, goddammit. The Foo Fighters were AIDS denialists? Yes, they were. I have also seen the, oh boy, was it Miles Prower, whatever his name is, video where he talks about that. Yeah. So what are people's favorite conspiracies? My favorite is that the Titanic that sank wasn't the real Titanic.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Mine would probably be, thank you, Francis010 for following. What are my favorite, what's my favorite conspiracy theory? Probably Flat Earth, just because it makes the least sense. And that's why I like conspiracy theories, is because most of them are just batshit crazy. And Flat Earth is like the most batshit, because it just makes no sense. Like, not only on a technical level of, like, here's the evidence the Earth is not flat, and there's just a deluge of it, but, like, why would anyone care to come up with a conspiracy and propagate one where the Earth is round if it were not? Who would benefit? What would be the purpose? It would make no sense. Thank you, I'm not going toxic. Yeah, just remind me tomorrow about the Blair White thing, and we can watch some Blair White stuff. The Muru-sama says, Flat Earthers bother me because so many people actually believe it. Yeah, I can see that, but... Crying Brian says, I like the Paul McCartney is dead conspiracy. Oh yeah, we should cover that sometime. Do you guys know about the Paul is dead conspiracy, where they think Paul McCartney, like, died in a car accident early on in the Beatles and was replaced by someone else? Which is hilarious, because honestly, the replacement they got for Paul, fucking just as good of a musician, went on to form Wings, fucking wrote Silly Love Songs, which is a really good song. Captain Rachel says, my second favorite is that the Catholic Church invented an entire century. It's only second because there's no good videos about it from people supporting it. Yeah, I've heard of that. Here's the bingo card. Bingo card in the chat for anyone who would like to play. Remember, the first person who gets bingo, if they get it, will get a sub from me. Only the first person, though. And once you get a bingo, you're going to have to send me a link to your bingo card so I can double check it. If you already have a sub, then I will write you down on my list, which I have right... Oh no. Did the lizard people steal it? Oh, right here. So, if for some reason you already have a sub and I can't gift you one, I'll write your name down, and then when yours comes up for renewal, just let me know, and I will do so. Apollo 8192, how do you feel about the Halle Berry shit where she completely misunderstood what she did wrong? What did Halle Berry do? I haven't been on Twitter a ton today. I tweeted a couple of, like, transphobic, like, things, like Glinner, who was, of course, banned from Twitter, soliciting a prostitute at a brothel, legally, but still kind of funny, and some other, like, transphobic shit that was just hilarious, where this person was watching, like, specifically, they're like I think they're a psychologist or something, or at minimum they say they're like an expert on cults, and they were claiming that being trans is a cult, and one of the things they were talking about was apparently this fetish porn that's like, it pretends to hypnotize you to be trans or something. I'm not super clear, but he was talking about it, and he was like, this is causing people to be trans. I had to keep pausing the videos that when I watched them to make sure I didn't get sucked in. And it's just like, dude, it just sounds like you're into, like, very specific fetish porn. Like, it's fine. That doesn't make it a conspiracy. What are you talking about? Have I seen Steven Crowder's AIDS vid? No, I have not. Ew. Have I heard of the satanic backmasking theory? Like running records backwards and having satanic messages? Yeah, very silly. Halle Berry was cast to play a trans man, and kept misgendering the character even in her apology. Oh, God. What? Stop. Hollywood, stop. Apollo 8192, I assume this is the same thing, but I'll read it anyway. She was going to play a trans man in a movie, and she kept referring to the character as she, her, and calling it a woman's story. Then she apologized by saying that it was wrong of her to think that a cis woman should play a trans man. Ugh. Jesus Christ, Hallie. What the fuck are you doing? Ninja Rabbi says, why do these homosexuals keep sucking my... C-O-C-K. I don't know what that's from. The gay mafia are trying to use their gay mind control waves to bedazzle us heteros into gay. True. I'm part of it. Fun fact. This actually doesn't protect me. It transmits the gay out to everyone else. That's why people are extra gay on Tuesdays. Fun fact. I need a lot more tin for this, and then it's a link. Oh no. Steven Crowder claiming that the AIDS epidemic didn't happen? Yeah, we can watch that. Oh, Steven. Steven. It is Tuesday, Mr. Wizard. It is indeed. Is that why they call us trans? We transmit? That's exactly right. That's medical truth. Look it up. Polio was liberal lies. Yep. Of course it was. Vulcan Princess 97. AIDS conspiracies make me really angry because my uncle passed from AIDS-related complications when I was a teen, although my parents never told me. I've put the pieces together, yeah. It's always really fucked up that they're like, oh, this thing didn't happen that affected so many people's lives. It's awful. Alright, let's see what we're gonna start with today. Let's see, we got, again, we have the AIDS denialism bullshit, we have Flat Earth, we have Bermuda Triangle, we have 5G videos, we have redeeming the straw man, which is a sovereign citizen thing. We have Conspiracy Castle, we have Fall of the Cabal. What do you guys want to start with? What sounds good to you? AIDS or straw man, says Mock Turtleneck. Okay, so that's Bermuda, anything but Fall of the Cabal, sovereign citizens, AIDS. AIDS and straw man are tied so far. Did I get the video you sent? Which video? Did you send it on Twitter? Let me go look. Video, looking for video. This is something someone else sent. I'm not seeing it, I don't think. Unless I missed it. You want to post it again? The conspiracy that 9/11 was an insurance scam? Oh god. Oh, the conservative woman thing? I thought it didn't look like a conspiracy thing. You can just post it again if it's a conspiracy thing. Like here in the chat, and I'll click on it.
You're coming close
Back
to me.
off!
Dad!
Threaten me again!
Dad!
Back the fuck up or your fucking phone down!
You're 6 feet away from you.
You're harassing me.
I'm not harassing you. You're
I
coming
feel
close to me.
threatened!
You're coming close
Back
to me.
off!
Dad!
Threaten me again!
This guy is the most asshole. He's got a fucking shirt that says "Running the World" since 1776 with a picture of America, which is an abject misinterpretation of what the fuck happened geopolitically from 1776. America didn't become the global superpower it is today until after World War II. So that guy's history teacher failed. Life of Mal, were you gonna post that again for me? Let me see if I'm going back to the beginning of the chat. Let me see if I can find it. Link, 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 link. Link, link, link. Looking for a 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 link. Yeah, I don't see it. So. Bingo? Hold on, let me...
Back the fuck up or your fucking phone down!
You're 6.
What an asshole. There it is.
Social.
Thanks. Alright, we're gonna start with the straw man video. It's only 5 minutes long, so it'll be quick, but, yeah, this is the kind of thing that, sovereign citizens watch and believe is the truth about how their identities work. It is not true, of course. This is all bullshit, but it's the kind of thing that gets people to mouth off to police during traffic stops, thinking that they have no right to be stopped by the police.
Ah, the government. It loves you and wants to keep you safe and well. It even wants to make paying taxes, fines, and court costs easier for you. How? Well, you'll need to meet your straw man.
No. No. The government keeps track of your identity via a number of means. For taxes, usually, and for other legal proceedings. That doesn't make it a straw man. It's their record of your identity.
He was born the same day you were. He looks like you, has the same name, and lives in your house, but you never knew he existed.
No, it's just you. It's just you. It's you. When they have papers that say, you know, let's say your name's John Smith. Their paper says John Smith, born on, you know, let's say January 1st, 1990. That person is you. It's not a separate individual. It is you. The birth certificate is about you, the person.
You will have even paid his parking tickets or taxes. The worst part? He's been dead from day one.
No.
From every birth certificate, a legal personality, or legal fiction, is created with the same name to confuse little old you into thinking it's you.
No. It's just a record of you, the person. It's just a record of you. I'm not going to be the most articulate in this conspiracy theory because it's based on absolutely nothing. There's nothing to rebut other than to say no. That's not how it works. There is no fictional straw man legal entity. You are your own legal entity. You are you. The birth certificate is talking about you, the person.
So, there is a human you and a paper you, or as it's commonly known, a straw man. So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't.
They literally are. They literally are. Don't get me wrong, the law is complicated, which is why you're guaranteed the right to a lawyer, because everyone under the Constitution has a right to a fair trial, and the Supreme Court at some point decided, hey, the law in this country is complicated, and if you don't have a lawyer, you're at a disadvantage, and your trial is not exactly fair, which is why you have a lawyer. But the cops, the judges, stuff like that, aren't intentionally trying to confuse you most of the time. They're legit just trying to do their jobs. We talk all the time about how cops' use of force is ridiculous in this country, and they overstep their bounds, which of course is the truth. But more or less, again, there isn't some secret club where they're talking like secret magic code words that are going to somehow trick you into paying taxes. It's just a thing you have to do as a citizen of the country.
They're speaking legalese, designed to make you agree to verbal and written contracts without even knowing about it. All
That's not how anything works. Do you think cops get sat down on their first day of training and go, all right, folks, fun thing to mention to all of you. Secretly, everyone in this country, we're forcing them under contract by using specific code words. So make sure you use these code words to make them make a verbal contract with you so the law applies to them. That makes no sense. Doesn't it make more sense that we live in a society in which, when you are born a citizen of this country or become one through other means, the laws apply to you? Even if you aren't a citizen, if you're within the boundaries of the country and within its jurisdiction, the laws apply to you. That's how every country works. Thank you, Devious Chilster, for 50 bits. Devious Chilster says, man, the alpha footage of the new plasmid explanations for the next Bioshock game went harder than I thought they would. Funny. Thanks for hosting, Deep Southern Man.
spun from Black's Law Dictionary.
Oh god, they love to quote Black's Law Dictionary. I don't know why that specifically. I assume it's a very common, like, reference for legal matters. I don't know, though. I'm not, like, a lawyer or anyone who has ever studied law. But, that's the one they always go to.
For example, when the police say, "Do you understand?" you'll say, "Yes." What they are really saying is, "Do you stand under our authority?" Oops.
That's not what that means. When they're saying, "Do you understand?" they're trying to make sure you understand, because that word has a meaning, whatever order that you have been given. For instance, if you are told, hey, during a routine traffic stop, I need to see your license, and you say no, and they say, I need to see your license, do you understand? They're trying to get you to know that you need to give your license to them. They're making sure that you understand that. Let's see what the dictionary says understand means. Because sovereign citizens think etymology of words that they make up makes them magic. Perceive the intended meaning of, interpret or view something in a particular way, as the term I usually understood. Okay? This is what the word understand means.
Daisy, you just created a verbal contract with them. Oh, you clever.
Black's Law Dictionary is the most trusted legal dictionary for 130 years. That makes sense. It's weird that that's their only reference ever, though. You'd think they'd reference some other shit. We need to get Legal Eagle to cover this shit. I know Leonard French, another YouTube lawyer, has done a decent bit of sovereign citizen stuff, which is pretty interesting.
Government. Did you know that whenever you register something, you are handing over title to the person you register it with? That's right.
Okay, but just because words might have specific etymologies doesn't mean that that's literally its meaning nowadays. What's an example of this? Okay, so my car has a dashboard. That doesn't mean it's literally a dashboard, because dashboard was something that was on carriages. It was in front of you on the carriage, and if the horses were dashing, basically it would kick up mud or dirt or whatever, and the dashboard would block it from hitting you. Also, like on YouTube and Twitch, the sort of command center for actually let me intermediate this with something else first. Then when cars came around, the console in front of you became known as the dashboard because that's what it was on carriages. Now, interestingly, what I was talking about before, on Twitter and YouTube, there's also something called the creator dashboard. This is where all your, like, settings and all the stuff you can customize, and, like, where you can look at your videos and comments and creator tools. So, interestingly, we're yet another step away from the etymology of the word dashboard, but it means something to the people who are using it, and therefore it's useful as a word. That's how all words work, right? My YouTube dashboard has nothing to do with the fact that it is a board that is stopping mud from hitting me in the face from a horse as it dashes, right? But I understand that a dashboard in a car is usually where the buttons are to control the car and its various functions, and people who use cars understand that a dashboard is the thing in front of you, just like in a carriage, the dashboard would have been in front of the rider, right? Words can have interesting etymologies, but it's not some secret cabal underground thing to try and get you to mean something you don't. That's not how stuff works. It's just that language is complicated and evolves naturally over time.
Whenever you register something with the government, they assume it belongs to them. Registered your car? Super! Now you are the registered keeper of your vehicle, and the government can crush it when you don't pay your, straw man's taxes.
Your taxes. They are your taxes. If you make income, you owe taxes.
Expecting a new bundle of joy? Well, then you need to register your little darling with a birth certificate. Then they can start the process all over again and create a new straw man for your little one.
I really feel like these people don't, like, understand how society works, because they're coming up with all these complicated, like, secretive explanations for how they think the government has authority over you or whatever, as if they need to do that. But the federal government doesn't need to sneak around and come up with sneaky ways to get you to pay your taxes. You know why? Because the government is a sovereign entity. It's an entity that controls the land within its purview. The United States government and the state governments are the governments of the land. You know why the federal government has power over this country? You can talk about the Constitution and, of course, power coming from the consent of the governed. But also, they have a military. They have all the guns. They have all of the avenues of power. They're the government. Like, what don't these people get? It's like they think that, like, people are all being tricked into participating in society, when no. We all understand implicitly that we're, like, engaging in a social contract when we, you know, drive down the street with our driver's licenses and have employment and we pay taxes into our system, whatever. We are all aware that we're in this, like, social system together. It isn't a trick. It's by design. I don't understand how these people view things, that they think the government needs to trick people into being a part of society in which they live.
Isn't that great? So when Junior grows up, he'll be able to generate revenue just like you have. When you notify on your baby
Astrogoth, thank you for gifting 5 subs.
by signing the birth certificate, your child becomes a ward of state. And if the government doesn't like what you're doing, they'll...
No,
There's
okay.
nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
The government can take your children from you if you are abusing them or they are in an unfit household, because that's a thing the government can do. I don't know the exact laws that came down that caused that to happen, but like any law, it was voted on, and it was decided, okay, when people are negligent or abusive parents, they can be taken away and put into foster care. You can become a ward of the state if your parents get arrested and there's no one else to watch you. It's a thing. I don't understand why they think you need to, like, sign in to agree with it. It makes no sense. Thank you, Astral Goth, for continuing your subscription as well. I'm glad you're happy to be here. I'm happy to have you.
They'll assume it's okay to take the child away, or make new rules for things they don't like. Not enough school? Smacking your child? Shouting too loudly? Then it's off.
Well, it's funny that they're literally talking about abusing your child, and then they have the government coming to take them, and they're an SS officer. Like, didn't you just admit you were hitting your kid? What the fuck? Like, you should have your kid taken away for the kid's protection, because you and the child, being citizens of the country, are under the protection of the law. You also have responsibilities as a citizen, paying your taxes, obeying the law, blah, 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 blah. But the child, being a citizen, has the right to be protected by the laws as passed by Congress or state Congress or whatever the laws that are applying to the situation are. And CPS can take your kid away because you are breaking the law by abusing your child. Jesus.
Off to social services for the little one. When you get a bill, it's sent to you, but belongs to your straw man.
No, it belongs to you, the individual. It's why your name is on it.
Not you. That's why bills, fines, and summons start with Mr., Mrs., or Ms.
No, it's because that's a professional way to address someone. People get called Mr. Blank, Mrs. Blank, Miss Blank all the time. That's a thing in formal business settings or in legal matters. It's not some way to try and say, oh, this secretly isn't you. It's you. It's a professional way of addressing you.
Sometimes you'll see your surname in capitals, just like on a gravestone. That's because your straw man is dead, and just a silly piece of paper.
What? You think the gravestone engravers are in on this too? What?
Created before you could comprehend or even consent to it. When you go to court, you represent your straw man.
No, you are representing yourself. How many times do these people have to stand in front of a judge and explain this bullshit to them, and the judge goes, no, that's not how any of this works, before they go, oh, maybe I've been lied to. You've been conned by people like this person who made this YouTube video. Here's the scary thing. This video has 9,000 likes and only 1,000 dislikes. That's no bueno. Tom G and a bunch of numbers with 40 bits. This feels like an exercise in nuh-uh-ism. Very much so.
So you, the human, take on any costs, fees, taxes, and fines involved for the straw man. The human you doesn't even need to pay them.
Yes, you do. That's why if you don't pay them, they will put on a warrant for your arrest. Typically a bench warrant that's like, hey, this person has $700 in unpaid parking tickets or fines or whatever. Go arrest them, or arrest them when they get pulled over.
But you made a contract with the court by appearing on behalf of your legal personality or...
No, you don't need a contract with the court. You don't need one. It's implicit. The relationship you have with the court and the government in the nation in which you are residing is implicit. It does not need to be signed into law. Once you are born here, or even if you're just here visiting, like let's say you're from, I don't know, Spain or the UK or wherever, who cares, wherever you are from in the world, and you come and visit the USA, and you break a law. Let's say you, I don't know, you double park a car, and you get a ticket. You have to pay that ticket, even though you're not a citizen, even though you've never signed any sort of whatever, any sort of contract with the government, because sovereign nations, of which the US is one, and within the United States, states are considered sovereign partially, at least in some ways, as long as the government hasn't already outlined how to deal with certain laws. The states have the sovereignty to decide how those laws and statutes are run for themselves. Often traffic laws and stuff are state mandates, not federal mandates. But when you're in that state, you have to follow the laws. Every sovereign nation with a government has laws, and because of their sovereignty, they have the right to dictate the laws within the land that they have purview over. You don't need to sign a contract for the law to apply to you. You know why? Because the cops work for the government. They are the enforcers of the law. The courts are the judicial arm that deals with legal matters, and they are empowered by the government to do so and interpret the law and pass sentence on those who break it. Like, it's not some magical voodoo, I need to use the right words to trick you into signing a contract with me. It's literally, they're empowered by the government to do so. It's very simple.
Straw man, just like the government knew you would. Confused? Well, don't worry. The government doesn't want you to know anyway. If you knew, you'd stop paying things like council tax and parking tickets.
You need to pay that shit. I'm not from the UK, but if you have council taxes, whatever the fuck that means, you need to pay them.
Because when you go to court, you are representing your straw man. You are you, alive and made of flesh and blood. Your straw man, or legal personality, is a piece of paper created...
Okay, but you understand that the piece of paper is literally just a record of you, the actual flesh and blood person. It's not a separate entity. It's literally, like your birth certificate is a legal certificate that says, this flesh and blood person was born this day to such and such individuals as parents, and this is their legal name. That's all it is. It's not some magical woo-woo document.
From your birth certificate. And you think it's you. What a silly Billy. Would you like to know more? Well, then go over to tpuc.org.
Oh, I gotta click on that.
Get up, get informed, and get real.
Like, in case it redirects to porn now, let me click on this so you can't see. tpuc.org. The People's United Community. Oh, it's in French. Did I type it in wrong? tpuc.org. tpuc.org. Okay, translate, I guess. I think this is like a bullshit website now. It's like a spam website. You know, those websites that like have a bunch of links to nothing but ads. So it looks like it doesn't exist anymore, which is probably a good thing. Apollo 8192, hang on a minute while I make a devil NPC for D&D, is based on all this bullshit. Let me see what the comments on this video are. Oh, let's see what's on the bingo card first. Any of this mentioned? I'd argue population... Well, no, that's population control. That's controlling literally the number of people. No, none of them got dinged in that video. Let's see. The top comment is, my straw man is such a prick. I wish he would stop robbing gas stations. Funny. What else? The trolls have finally started attacking this video. No, dude, we're trying to warn you. We're trying to fucking warn you that you're gonna go to jail. This person says, let me know how many of these tactics you claim keep you exempt from contracts with the government work when you try and use them in court. None of these tactics have ever been successful in court, not even once. And then this guy says, statistically, you're probably right. Would they keep it on record if a case was won using this tactic? I doubt it. So there's no evidence this has ever worked because they don't want you to know. It's not because it's bullshit. Jesus Christ. Judges apply the actual laws it's written and not the nonsense gibberish these people claim, like Articles of Confederation, UN resolutions, or incomplete bits and pieces of laws, high court rulings and amendments that conveniently leave out the rest of the text. This is the real reason you'll never win in court, have fun in jail, because that's the only place this nonsense you promote ever leads to. He says, your straw man was created for you unlawfully. You were swindled. We are not lawfully bound by the legal system. We are only bound by law. Yeah, you're bound by the law of the place you live in. If it's the U.S., you're bound by U.S. law. What are you talking about? I'm betting you know what I mean. Oh, no. It doesn't matter what you believe about being legally bound to the laws and courts of the USA, your state city. The fact of the matter is you don't get to consent to whether or not the laws of the nation's state city and municipalities you're in apply to you. They apply to you whether you consent or not, and sending a letter in saying you wish to terminate a contract with the government will not change that fact, that you're still subject to their laws and they still have jurisdiction over you whether you like it or not. Good for this person for taking the time to, like, try and explain this to people. Dude Spanking Dudes says they found it. Hold on.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capital.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, look at this web design. Oh no. The response to this actually well thought out thing that, like, hey, you the laws apply to you is whatever you say, baby. Oh, this person's gonna end up in jail. He says, the point is the straw man is a fraud and the whole system is based on this fictitious straw man character. It is not. So the whole system is a fraud, even under their own laws. What they are doing is totally unlawful, and that supersedes what is called legal. So no, they would likely keep it on record, and they would never be the wiser. This is what I don't get. Even if everything they were saying was true, it's not. It's not at all. But let's say the government, for some reason, does this whole straw man thing for some legal purpose. They would be allowed to do that because they're a sovereign nation. That would still be the law. I don't, like, does he think that laws and, like, their interpretation is this magical, actual, physical thing that exists somewhere out there in the ether? And, like, they're, like, physical laws like gravity that we have to abide by them? No, laws are sets of rules that we agree on as a society in this country through representative democracy, right? So, if the government, via our representatives, have said, this is the law, that's the law. That's how it works. What else we got in these comments? All you naysayers need to be quiet. Let these guys just keep trying this with the police and in court. I want to see new videos of them crying and getting dragged out of cars. That's a little mean. This person says, gotta love the child abuse advocacy that just slid in there like no big deal. Yeah. Oh god, here we go. Here we fucking go. David Clay says, correcting your child isn't abuse, beating your child is, but spanking is not. Oh god. Here we go. I don't like having the spanking argument with people because people who want to fucking hit their kids are... They really want to hit their kids, let me tell you. Neglecting to care for your child is abuse. Not being able to provide is not. Well, yeah, it still is. The government, if you can't feed your kid, it's sad if you can't because of reasons outside of your control. But that's not really relevant to whether or not you can feed your kid. If you can't feed your kid, it's neglect, whether you mean to or not. Neglecting your child's education can be abuse. Not following the state propaganda education guidelines and teaching your children the truth is not abuse. It is abuse if you're teaching your kids outright falsehoods. What is worse is modern abuse, neglecting to discipline your child, neglecting to monitor your child, failing to teach morality and mannerism. It used to be the saying that... Oh, Jesus Christ. He's such a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Stop hitting your kids, people. Don't fucking hit your kids. I don't care if it's on their butt. How hard is this to understand? Here's a better title. How to end up in a shack in the woods surrounded by snipers. Funny. Alright. We can move on. Let's see. This is HIV does not exist. Oh, Christ.
One of the leading critics of the war on AIDS is Professor Stefan.
Oh, this is really quiet, though.
A German biologist and virologist who questions the isolation of HIV and many contradictions and lack of proper scientific reasoning behind the HIV theory, including the wrong form of treatment for a person with AIDS.
The background of AIDS, and we are absolutely sure about this, is the antibiotic resistance catastrophe, killing people in hospitals like flies because there are no antibiotics available without resistance in some...
No. HIV is a completely different thing. HIV is a virus that you get and then it can develop into AIDS, which is a syndrome. No. HIV fucks, once it develops into AIDS, fucks your immune system.
Some bacteria. So in a state of immune suppression in the hospital, a lot of people come down with bacterial infections. This is called sepsis because...
Okay, but this doesn't apply to people who haven't been to hospitals but still get HIV. Are you telling me that every single person who died during the height of the AIDS epidemic was in a hospital recently? No, they weren't. They were dying because they weren't getting treatment because there were no treatments available and the government didn't give a shit to do anything about it.
Of blood poisoning, when too much bacteria are growing and producing toxins, this is going to kill them in a state of reduced immunity. And we had these problems already in the beginning of the 70s. There have been kind of emergency conferences dealing with the problem because they were scared that resistance would spread.
Resistance to antibiotics is an issue in the medical community, but it doesn't have to do with HIV. What are you talking about?
And they have no antibiotica available. So they invented a very strong...
Yeah, it looks like it was made in like the 90s or something.
You know.
I can find it. I have a better one. Someone sent me... Let's see. This is a Steven Crowder video in which he claims the AIDS epidemic never happened. Yeah.
What's the story, Hopper? What's this your...
Oh god, they're doing a fucking Wishbone parody? Jesus fucking Christ.
teaching us such a tale? Come on.
Goddamn Steven Crowder.
Once upon a time, in the 80s, the media and governments of the world warned of an impending catastrophe. One that could end civilization as we know it.
Jesus fucking Christ, these people act like AIDS was talked about like it was literally gonna end civilization. No, it's just an awful disease if you get it. That's why it was taken so seriously, especially at the beginning when people didn't necessarily know how it was transmitted. Jesus. Thank you to, Monkinge for following.
Epidemic of HIV/AIDS. Yes, in the 1980s and early 90s, the message was clear. No one was safe from the silent non-killer that is AIDS.
Is he seriously gonna fucking make fun of the AIDS crisis? AIDS crisis deaths. I'm trying to find simple. Estimated AIDS incidence, deaths, and prevalence by quarter year of diagnostic 81 to 2000. So this is like every year, and for like the height in 93, it was killing almost 300,000 people a year. What the fuck? That's awful. That's a third of a fucking million per year. That's insanity. That's, so far at least, double what COVID has done in the States. Can you fucking imagine? Thank you, doctors, for antiretrovirals. Holy shit. As of 2018, about 700,000 people have died of HIV/AIDS in the U.S. That might have been globally, sorry. Since the beginning of the HIV pandemic, nearly 13,000 people with AIDS in the United States die every year. It's obviously gotten better because of modern antiretroviral medications and stuff. There we go.
AIDS, oh no! Many people had the wool pulled over their eyes with this hoax, but with the media aflutter over the latest doomsday scenario.
It's still a concern in Africa and where I live in India. True, yes, yes. Developing countries still have tons of issues with it due to lack of sex education in some places, which can lead to less protected sex, fewer available prophylactic measures, and of course, medication in general is harder to get.
Activists were quick to vilify skeptics and reasonable doubters. When the city of New York estimated that 400,000 residents had AIDS, the commissioner himself, John C. Joseph, said that the estimate was actually less than half that. Little did he know that he lit a powder keg. Leaders of AIDS organizations and social activist groups accused him of minimizing the crisis and staged a sit-in demanding that he resign. It turns out that he was entirely correct, but no matter. The tone had been set.
The government was completely ignoring the AIDS crisis in the 80s, because guess who was president? Ronnie Reagan, and that piece of shit thought it was hilarious that gay people were dying of AIDS. I'm not kidding. There's reports that he would literally laugh about it with his buddies in the White House. So, just something to think about.
Hyperly politicized climate, lobbyists dug in their heels, setting the stage for the silent non-killer AIDS.
Holy fuck. Fuck you, dude. Tons of people have died of AIDS, you asshole.
To become the single most researched, funded disease in the modern history of America.
Yeah, it's awful.
Despite it being a statistical non-risk factor. We demand more money to combat this horrible disease which, contrary to popular belief, afflicts people of all shapes, sizes, and sexual orientations. Only that wasn't true at all. Statistically, the CDC puts a heterosexual American's chance of contracting AIDS at 0%, with 92% of all cases stemming directly from male-to-male sexual contact.
That was always, don't get me wrong, it is obviously a risk, and you can catch AIDS as heterosexual, both male and female. However, it was often a tool used to try and get people to care about a disease that affected mostly gay men, because, let's be real, especially in the 80s and 90s, Americans did not give a fuck about a bunch of gay dudes dying from an STD. They didn't. Many people in this country still to this day think it's some retribution from God or whatever, and it's sick and fucked up. So, as you do in a situation like this, you make political steps and you change your messaging to point out, hey, not only gay people have this, of course, mostly gay people get it, or intravenous drug users. However, the messaging worked, and now we have tons of research into HIV and AIDS, and it's a good thing.
And the majority of the remainder are coming from intravenous drug use, but clawing at the hundreds of millions.
Monkinjay, my great aunt, got it from her cheating husband. Yeah, it absolutely happens.
Of dollars in government grants, fear-mongering ran rampant, with statistics deliberately being misreported. In fact, one of the most cited landmark studies, which reported over 573,000 AIDS cases among no-risk victims. The conductors were later caught funging their data, having to reverse over 46% of the non-risk factor victims to be reclassified. But by that point, the damage had been done. But I know it, Doc. I just know it.
Mr. Hopper, I can assure you, you do not have AIDS.
But all my hair is falling out.
That's just your summer coat.
But my balls fell off.
Hopper, you had those surgically removed 5 years ago.
Oh.
Steven Crowder's attempts to be funny physically hurt me.
But hindsight is 2020. In the moment, everyone believed this.
Like, legit. Even if what he was saying was true, which it's not. Oh, shit. Even if what he was saying was true, which it isn't, the worst case would be that people got on board with researching a deadly disease. Oh, no? It's like the people who say that they think climate change is a myth. Like, even if it were, which it is not, let me be very clear, climate change is a very real risk to all of us and people's kids who are going to live into the future, the horrible, horrible future. Even if it was fake, what would be the result of acting as if it were true? Oh no, we got less reliance on fossil fuels, which are going to run out eventually anyway, and are terrible for the environment, not to mention the geopolitical issues that come from places where we tend to get oil, like Saudi Arabia, or Russia. Oh no, we made the environment better for no reason. What?
5 years ago.
Oh. But hindsight is 2020. In the moment, everyone believed this silent, non-killer AIDS to truly be an epidemic. Even though...
How does Steven Crowder not been fucking banned from YouTube? At least the top comment is, how does this man live with himself? Links to other videos, links to merchandise, no links to sources. Seems legit.
The chances of contracting it short of anal sex with gay strangers while shooting...
Dude, it legit comes off that Steven, and this is of course the case, but I want him to know, it's very clear you just don't care if gay people die. And that's an incredibly fucked up worldview. That's disgusting. You should be banned off of YouTube for this shit.
Heroin was statistically non-existent. Matter of fact, the chances of a straight person contracting HIV in the modern world is 4 in 10,000 per exposure.
That's still a lot of people. Do you know how many millions of people are in this country? Extrapolate that out.
Meaning that if a man were even married to an HIV-infected bride, he'd have to engage in intercourse with her an average of 10,000 separate occasions to expose himself to contracting AIDS.
Okay, and how many times are people having sex with each other in this country per day with people who might be infected with HIV? A lot. It's more than 10,000.
I'll have to do what? But for decades, among all the pandemonium, none of this mattered. Math, statistical realities were all tossed aside for fear of being called a bigot.
Fuck you.
And because Tom Hanks made a movie.
I don't see it.
Oh my god. It's almost like the media and motion pictures have always been an avenue for getting positions and empathy across to an audience who otherwise might not understand an issue. I forget who said it. I think it was a screenwriting guy who's like really good at screenwriting, who basically said films are machines built on empathy. If you want people to empathize, the general public, with someone who contracts AIDS, you make a movie where Tom Hanks stars as an AIDS patient. It's shitty that people act like that sometimes and need something like a movie to convince them, but it is the reality we live in. So, that's why representation is important in the media. We see this nowadays with, like, having more gay characters, having more people of color as characters, having more trans characters. Did I already say that? Anyway, people get more comfortable with the kinds of things they see every day. And people see TV shows and movies every single day. This is why representation is important, so people can learn empathy for people other than themselves.
Case.
Oh, Tom Hanks, you truly are a talent. Why'd you have to do Da Vinci Code? Well, through the 1990s, funding continued to soar for the entirely preventable disease, while countless Americans...
It's not you can mitigate risk by using contraception, by using condoms and lube, which is obviously something you should be using anyway, but you can mitigate risk. But you're literally, I would imagine, advocating for just not having sex if you are gay, which is ridiculous. That's not how the world works. It's like telling teenagers, hey, don't get pregnant by being abstinent. And you know what that results in? Lots of pregnant teenagers. People like to have sex. People are sexual beings. They're gonna do it. Which is why you teach safe sex to them. Whether they're gay, or straight, or bi, or pan, or whatever. Who cares? Safe sex. Do it.
Including millions of children died of diseases helplessly, entirely out of their control, with actual mortality rates. But they didn't have a celebrity awareness campaign, and received a fraction of the funding. Yes, the AIDS epidemic hoax is one of the greatest ever...
Steven, you're a super capitalist. Are you upset that the free market has determined that HIV gets a bunch of research and research funding? Because that seems like you're just upset at the free market, Steven.
Perpetrated in the American public.
Graham Dolfini, thank you for 245 bits.
And one that inadvertently cost millions of lives of actual victims. As with all great mistakes, a valuable lesson to be learned. You too can help save children's lives and stop...
He's literally trying to blame, like, if all you gays wouldn't stop getting HIV funds, we could cure childhood leukemia, which is one of the most ridiculous straw man statements I think I've ever fucking heard.
Stealing the research dollars by taking these simple steps.
Stealing.
Easily avoid the silent non-killer.
So really, as long as you're not having unprotected anal sex with strangers or sharing needles, you have nothing to worry about. Also, stop biting hobos.
Oh, 'cause I did bite at him that one time. Wait, are you saying hobos or homos?
No. Hobos. Don't bite hobos.
Okay, are you saying hobos or homos?
Oh my god, this is awful. I'm gonna report this one. This is bad.
No, hobos. You know what? Just Play it safe. Don't bite either.
What's the story, Hopper?
Oh boy. Where's the homos comment?
Not having unprotected anal sex with strangers or sharing needles, you have nothing to worry about. Also, stop biting hobos.
Oh, 'cause I did bite at him that one time. Wait,
517. Doon 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 doon. Do 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 do. Next. 517. God damn, my fucking caps lock. I hate it. I keep accidentally hitting it on this keyboard. Boy, it sure would be a shame if a bunch of people were to go and report this video in Minecraft.
are you saying hobos or homo?
No. Hobos. Don't bite hobos.
Okay, are you saying hobos or homos? I'm still not clear.
No, hobos. You know what? Just play it safe. Don't bite either.
What's the story, Hopper? Maul the bastard Hopper.
Completely unrelated. Here's
Hey, if you like this video,
a link to that
subscribe
video
by
that
clicking
we just
the button that
watched.
says subscribe. If you're not aware of it now, there's no way you're learning the internet.
Let's see, what's next? I need something a little lighter because that shit is, like, awful. Holy fuck. Steven Crowder's a shit brain. Can't even. What's this? Conservative women, it's our time to take the culture back. Let's see. And then we'll do a Bermuda Triangle one because that sounds fun and not something that makes me want to die in Minecraft.
Social media, celebrities, influencers, and YouTubers. So much of the time, it feels like one worldview.
Can we check the bingo card? Sure. Aliens, no. Planet X, no. HARP, which is weather control, no. 5G, no, although we will be getting to a 5G video a little bit later. Forced sterilization, no. Tracking microchip implants, no. Someone cites a study from the 18th or 19th century. Holographic sun sky. Chemtrails. Anonymous. Satanic ritual child abuse. Reptilians or reptoids. The gay agenda. Bingo. That's a big ol' clickety-clack on the gay agenda. Someone doesn't understand how cameras work. The deep state. Baja blasts. Flat earth / buoyancy. Misattribution of coincidence, post hoc ergo propter hoc. Someone demonstrates a poor understanding of philosophy, Eastern religion, Illuminati, Freemasons, racist disbelief of historical events. Someone forgets correlation equals causation. That's not how science works. Expert gives an opinion outside field of expertise. I would click this, but Steven Crowder's not an expert in anything except for being a shitbag, so that really shouldn't count. Don't worry, Hannah Reloaded, your straw man incited mass flagging of that video.
One position is tolerated. Many of them don't say outright what their politics are. Many of them do. None of them need to, and none of them will say what I'm about to. I'm a conservative influencer.
Oh my goodness. So brave. How brave to come out and say you don't like the gays. So brave.
Being a conservative woman in today's day
Does correlation count for what? You gotta tell me what you think it applies to. I'm guessing no, since I didn't click on it, though.
and age is not easy. You'll be told that you have internalized misogyny. You'll be told that you don't care about other women's well-being.
You probably don't.
You'll be told that you aren't a real woman. But
You're definitely a woman. You identify as a woman. You're a woman. I don't care.
none of that is true. Conservative women are the backbone of American society.
Oh, you need bingo links? Do I have one? I'm pretty sure the link I've been doing will give you a... Yeah, there you go. The link I'm posting now will give you your own bingo card. So that's good. You just gotta hit generate card.
prioritize marriage and children, support our...
You can prioritize marriage and children if that's what's best for you, but the fact that you're trying to apply that to everyone else, even people who don't want that, or people who want to have a marriage or kids outside of a traditional relationship, if it's like two men or two women or whatever, you're the one who's saying they can't do that, right? No one cares if you want to be married in a traditional nuclear family. No one cares. It's the fact that you try and force others to follow the path that makes you happy when it's not what will make them happy. Thank you to Vivid Wander for following.
Our husbands.
We're almost at 1,600 followers, I think. Let's see. Doon 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 doon. 1,594 followers, not bad.
And support ourselves. We teach our families the strength of women both inside the home and out. We help our husbands grow.
Thank you to Chasna for following. Thanks.
Not by obeying their every word, but by bolstering their strengths and tamping down their weaknesses. We live with values that encourage...
What do you mean by tamping down their weaknesses? Are you gonna beat the laziness out of your husband?
...people to be better. We fight for what's right, even when the world tells us that everyone should do what they want.
Okay, no, but the thing is, you think certain things are right when they're not. What you think fighting for the right is like not allowing gay people to get married, not allowing trans people to be themselves, all that kind of stuff. That's not right. You're oppressing others. Please stop.
Regardless of consequence.
I only like to be oppressed with consent, goddammit, and I do not consent.
We stand hand in hand with men, not against them.
This is Ben Shapiro's sister. Are you sure?
And we shouldn't have to remain silent about our views, like I did. For years, you've been forgotten and left behind, as magazines and movies decided you're outdated. You've been told that the best way to be a woman is to act more like a man. You've been...
What? No, having agency isn't masculine. It's having agency to do what you want, which includes you being able to have a traditional life if that's what makes you happy. It's the fact that everyone else gets to do their own thing that seems to upset you, and it's very strange.
Been told that you don't care about women because you care about a child in her womb.
Oh my goodness, it's not a child. It is not a child, no matter how often you guys say it.
You've been told that sleeping around is empowering, but waiting till marriage...
I've never once heard that, by the way. As much as these people like to claim that, I've never once heard that it's empowering to sleep with other people. At best, I've heard it's a neutral concept. If you want to go sleep with people, go for it. Who the fuck cares? Do you. And that's great. That's fine. Everyone can do whatever they want with other consenting adults. Who cares?
Marriage is ridiculous. You've been told that believing in God...
This just says classically Abby. I'm not sure what her name is. Let me look at some of her other videos. What's her about section, does it say? Commentary, opera, beauty, and lifestyle channel. That's an interesting combo. Let's see what her most popular videos are. What am I really like? Oh, her videos don't have a ton of views. I'm surprised one of you guys even found this for me. An opera singer, so she sings opera.
God is passé. You've been silenced about your views.
Oh, so, hold on. Something on her Twitter has been posted. Let me take a look. Visited my brother while wearing my White Sox cap. Yep, that's Ben Shapiro, all right. She is Ben Shapiro's sister. Holy shit. Your brother is Ben Shapiro? Unfollow. Follow. You know Mara Wilson, who played Matilda, is a cousin of Ben Shapiro's? True story.
But not anymore. Let's take back the culture so women can be...
It's okay, though. Mara Wilson does not like Ben Shapiro or his views. She's very openly leftist on Twitter, or at least liberal, I don't know. She's very openly progressive.
Women. Let's talk about reclaiming your femininity. Let's talk about dating with purpose. Let's talk about finding balance in career and home life. Let's talk about being an awesome, loving wife. But
the funny thing is, yes, balance in career and home life is important, but these people never apply that to their husbands. If you should have a balance between your career and home life, shouldn't your husband also? Why is that only applied to you?
But also being the kind of wife who...
Dude spanking dudes with one bit. Since you missed, it is calling you Huga offensive. I want to know so I don't use it as a joke, since I've been taught in this chat a lot of things are slurs. I'd rather you not. It's way too close to my, like, nickname before.
Makes your...
Thank you for asking, though.
Husband a better man. Let's talk about how to dress fashionably and conservatively. Let's talk about how to do your makeup for a night at the opera. Not...
This lady, again, being a sibling of Ben Shapiro, is super rich, and it fucking radiates off her how much she has, like, rich asshole privilege. I'll show you how to do your makeup for a night out at the opera. You know, a thing all of us normal girls do. Haha.
Not a night at the club. Let's talk about life from a conservative perspective, and let's not be afraid to do it. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. Please subscribe to my channel and blog if you haven't already. Hit that notification bell to get notified of all my new videos.
Yeah, this lady, Yikarinos. I'll add her. We might watch some of her other stuff other times. But this wasn't conspiracy related. The theme has been broken. Alright, let's see what this... Inside the Bermuda Triangle, Mysteries and the Unexplained, Episode 4. This is some podcast, apparently, that does conspiracies. So let's talk about the Bermuda Triangle.
Following is a presentation of Morning Drive Media.
Are we alone? What is already here? Is the thing that goes bump in the night real or imagined?
Oh wow, what a weird voice.
I'm paranormal reporter Nolan Guthrie, and this is Mysteries and the Unexplained on the Knapsack Files podcast feed.
What are your prime directives?
I first met Ken Knapsack while he was hunting of the historic over his files. I first many things, but today we are focusing on one. Please welcome Jonah Schuckard, and as we talk about the Bermuda Triangle. Welcome, Jonah.
Nolan, it's fantastic to see you again, buddy. I swear, I mean, I have kept up with your career, and I gotta say, you're one of those people that I have never stopped looking up to.
Well, no need for that. I appreciate the kind words. Yes, of course. We do communicate via Hotmail, sending email correspondences, meeting you at the TED Talk was fantastic. I talked about many things that day, including embracing the unknown and exclaiming.
He does sound a little Shatner-esque, doesn't he?
The unknown, because there's a lot of shame in believing in things, or not even believing, but being curious about things we do not understand.
Yeah, and that's really why I went to that TED Talk, and I think that's why it's fate that we met at that TED Talk because we sort of are on the same wavelength about a lot of things, and I feel like that.
I'm gonna try and skip through the intro.
Which
I've been there.
92.
Okay.
And I haven't been back there since, so
you can click and drag captions now. It's like a new feature.
A lot of corn.
Okay.
Corn in the fields.
Yeah.
It's a great community, though.
It's nice to know that they're staying with the corn industry.
If
I assume it was a TEDx
from the,
talk.
University of Des Moines, in 92,
I don't know, though.
You probably are familiar with the alleged alien landing in 1989 nearby Fort Dodge, Iowa, which was
familiar with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is he talking this close to... Sorry about your ears. Why is he talking this close to the microphone? Let's talk about the Bermuda Triangle. Corn. Oh, did they mention corn?
Yeah, I'm friends with the guy who experienced
You're
that.
friends with Bill Patterson.
Yeah, Bill Patterson and I go way back, even all the way to preschool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, Bill Patterson received a lot of... in 1989, he claimed that he was working his farm when an alien ship landed down to...
Dude Spanking Dude says, oh yeah, thanks your chat for teaching me that is a slur and that other stuff since I didn't know and now I'm not using those words, yeah. Well, that's what we're here for. Griddle the Heck Doggo, Jesus Christ, when did Mr. Mackey start doing conspiracy videos? Okay.
Measure his corn, and he didn't like his corn being measured, as most gentlemen would not like.
Yeah, of course.
Stop measuring my corn!
Bad, but he says he lost. He believes he was knocked out and was left unconscious on an alien craft for over 3.5 days. And when he reported it to authorities, he was laughed out of police stations, hospitals, and even the local newsroom until
I was out trying to get the aliens to stop measuring my corn, and they took me into the spaceship for 3 days. Gee, I wonder why this level-headed individual was laughed out of the police station. I imagine he was wearing similar headgear to that which I am wearing currently.
Nolan, the thing you have to understand about Bill is that Bill was this guy who everyone thought was going to be a shining quarterback. He was the man to know at high school. And, we sort of had a little escapade. I was the nerd. He was the jock. We weren't supposed to be friends, but there we were in the cornfield every Friday night.
Yeah, making things
just
happen,
two
right?
dudes hanging out in a cornfield, not making out.
On the field one day, he actually fainted, and players stepped and ran over his head with their cleats. And back then, in the day, people used to wear metal cleats.
Wait, are they saying that the only witness to this alien event had their head stepped on by a metal cleat? Gee, I wonder why they're seeing aliens.
Right.
And so when we thought, here's Bill gonna go to probably Dartmouth or Yale.
Right.
This is a senior year, 88.
Yeah.
And
I just want to hear about the goddamn Bermuda Triangle.
From all around the world.
They're talking about fucking Joe Rogan. Ew.
Look at work on region.
There we go.
Triangle. Bermuda. That depends on what region. The Bermuda Triangle, which has been puzzling people for many, many years.
So for those of you who don't know, I'd imagine everyone knows about the Bermuda Triangle at this point, but let me basically go over it. The Bermuda Triangle is this area of water between the Florida coast and 2 islands out here off the Florida coast, right? It is a place that is considered mysterious because of all the disappearances and strange occurrences that happen over there. The disappearances can be attributed to the fact that, hey, what do you know? The Bermuda Triangle is one of the most heavily traveled areas over water next to the United States and between these islands. What a shock. It's where most of the planes and boats are, so it stands to reason it's going to have most mishaps where planes go down, ships go down, whatever. As far as the supernatural experiences, you can explain that the same way you explain basically every other supernatural experience, which is A, someone is lying for attention, which, by the way, Occam's razor, most of the time, if you listen to someone's story about this crazy thing that happened, most of the time it's much more reasonable that they're lying. Secondly, people have mass hysteria. If they've heard about the Bermuda Triangle and they go through it and they're super freaked out about it, they might interpret something that happens to them as supernatural when it really is not. Right? Okay.
And not just in modern times. I mean, you could find a lot of writings about this. Christopher Columbus actually made a entry in a ship journal in which he explained weird winds that brought with it troubling signs of the beyond. And a lot of people didn't pay attention to it because, quite frankly, he didn't know what country he landed on anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher Columbus, let's talk about that guy for a minute. Sure. He is my hero.
This isn't where oh no, did he just say Christopher Columbus is his hero? Kids, I promise you, throughout human history, there are so many people you could choose to be your hero. Please don't choose Christopher Columbus. The man was a slaver and a rapist and kind of a huge piece of shit. There are just so many other people you could choose.
Hero, the way that he dominated this country and he really made it what it is today is
took it by storm.
Yeah, that's perfect. And, he's actually one of the first guys that experienced the compass phenomenon of the triangle.
Right.
And what that is for your listeners who just aren't aware of this yet is basically anyone who is willing to go into the triangle will experience an electromagnetic field.
Right.
And Nolan, I don't know if you know.
There are electromagnetic fields basically everywhere. I'm pretty sure the Earth generates its own electromagnetic field. That's how compasses work.
Know this, but an electromagnetic field will discombobulate your compass.
Let's see if we can find any evidence of this whatsoever. Bermuda Triangle compass. Did compasses malfunction cause the Bermuda Triangle disappearances? In almost every account of the mystery surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, you'll see reference to the fact that it is one of only two places on Earth, the other being the Devil's Sea off the coast of Japan, where a compass points to true north rather than magnetic north. Theorists say that this causes compasses to malfunction and ships and planes get off course. A compass works because its magnetic needle is attached by the magnetism of the Earth, which draws it to the point to a consistently shifting magnetic North Pole. The geographic North Pole, on the other hand, is static and located 1,200 miles north of the magnetic pole. The variation between the two readings is known as magnetic declination, or compass variation, which can change as you move across the globe. The agonic line is an imaginary line where true north and magnetic north are in perfect alignment. There is no magnetic declination. At points west of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point east of true north, positive declination. At points east of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point west of true north, negative declination. Extended lines that mark the constant magnetic declination away from the agonic lines are called isogonic lines. The early 18th century Edmund Halley noticed that the agonic line was slowly moving westward. Edmund Halley of Halley's Comet fame. He came up with the idea of showing declination as contour lines on a map. Since then, scientists have noted a westward drift of the agonic line with an average velocity of about 0.2 degrees per year. The drift is not equal in all places, however, it is stronger in the Atlantic than the Pacific. Navigators must always compensate for magnetic declination when charting their courses. While the agonic line passed through the Bermuda Triangle, it now falls within the Gulf of Mexico, rendering claims that it can continue disappearances in the triangle inaccurate. Calculation errors anywhere could cause a plane or ship to go off course. The compass malfunction theory assumes that experienced pilots and captains passing through the area were unaware of magnetic declination, which is unlikely, not to mention the vast majority of boaters and flyers passing through this area without incident. So,
Populated compass is definitely not something that's easy
It's
to
useless.
live with. Yeah, it's not easy to live with at all.
It's useless. How are you supposed to see north or south or west or east?
Right.
All you know is up and down, what you see in front of you, and that's really where people run into trouble with the triangle.
Right, and that might have contributed a little bit to Columbus and his maligned reputation as someone who landed on the wrong land and believed it was something else.
Okay, look, that's not what ruined Columbus's reputation. Are you? I assume they're talking about like how people don't like Columbus nowadays. It's the slavery. It's the fact that he was a slaver and a rapist. Those are the things people don't like about Columbus.
And took over the natives' country. Your work, let's give a little on the history of the Bermuda Triangle.
This guy has like, if someone was like, do a late night radio host voice, this is the voice I would do if I could do voices.
Modern times really picked up speed.
So, we were gonna talk about Christopher Columbus and, the fact that he murdered countless natives. You wanna talk to me about that? About your hero murdering innocent people?
In December of 1945, December 5th, 1945, the incident's referred to as Flight 19. This is a military flight that got lost. A search and rescue group that went after that flight was lost.
If one of the things you cite for this mysterious triangle is 80 years ago, is it possible that not that many weird things have happened there?
As well, and
5 bomber planes to be exact.
Exactly. Well, this is why you're the expert. Yeah. And I do want to know, you have released several pamphlets on the Bermuda Triangle, which can be ordered.
Yeah, I mean they're digital pamphlets, but they're pamphlets. And
well, that's great for the environment.
I mean,
Originally, though,
you didn't really
a digital pamphlet, aka a website or a PDF.
It's a pamphlet.
Oh no, I definitely try to keep it digital. Definitely.
Yeah.
I do believe.
Couldn't even graduate to physical pamphlets. Couldn't afford the printer. God damn it, Bermuda Triangle! Another victim of your might!
Believe though your first pamphlet was on paper. That was a different time, and it really got people talking. The Bermuda Triangle has also been called the Devil's Triangle, but the porn industry has a copyright on that name, so it's generally referred to by the Bermuda Triangle.
The porn industry owns the copyright to Devil's Triangle? Alright.
Many people have tried to discount this. An Australian scientist, Carl Cruz Lenecki, said in 2017 in an article. Yeah, exactly. That's why.
I mean, just keep going, but just know I'm disgusted.
He just basically, I'm.
Scientists disgusted. Literal slaver and rapist. Fucking hero. This guy's brilliant.
Summarizing his article that was released on the internet, that the incidents in the Bermuda Triangle are due to human error. Exactly.
Humans never make mistakes. Now let me tell you more about my friend Columbus, who failed to take the correct size of the Earth into account and ran into a whole continent he didn't know about. Idiot. Yeah, people make mistakes. Accidents happen, both on boat and plane, whether they be mechanical failures or human error. That happens.
Indeed. Indeed. Now, I have done some research. My TED Talk that we met at was on different, was almost paranormal ghost activity, and people who actually believe they are.
We gotta do ghosts someday. I hate ghosts so much. I hate the belief in ghosts more than just about any other bullshit thing. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the people that I've talked to about ghosts who believe in ghosts believe it so hard for such little evidence. Like, when I was in high school, I was a dick in high school, by the way. I guess I still am, but now I get money for being a dick. Anyway, back in high school, there was this girl who I went to school with who wanted to be a paranormal investigator when she grew up. I was friends with her. Of course, me being me, I was livid anytime she brought it up. I do not understand how anyone can believe in ghosts with the lack of evidence that there are for these things, and the fact that time and time again, paranormal experiences get explained away via natural phenomena. It's ridiculous. And she would be like, oh, well, one time I was at this place and this insert innocuous thing happened. Okay, so what about that has to do with ghosts? Why, what do you even think a ghost is? It's literally someone's spirit. What is the spirit made out of? How are they here? What is the brain then? There's so many questions. God, I hate ghosts. I hate ghosts so much.
Long-term relationships with ghosts and why that shouldn't be discounted.
And DM Trey says, if there were ghosts, can you imagine how many of them there would be? Yeah, and are there like caveman ghosts? Are there hominid ghosts? When do ghosts start? When do human beings evolve the ghost part that makes them ghosts? Or are all animals capable of being ghosts? Are there dinosaur ghosts? Are there ghosts of those like little shell creatures with the tails whose name I'm forgetting? Are there ghosts of bugs? Where does someone develop like a ghost? At what level of complexity?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Dude Spanking Dude says, hides from chat since I believe in ghosts. You are wrong. There is no such thing as ghosts. I will die on this hill, and I will remain dead because ghosts don't exist. Single cell ghost. Spider ghosts. Yeah. You'd think there'd be so many ghosts, they'd all be overlapping with each other at this point. Are ghosts affected by gravity? If not, why are they still continuing to, like, be anchored to the Earth? Because the Earth is traveling around the sun, and the solar system is traveling around the center of the galaxy, so wouldn't ghosts just be out in space? Belief in ghosts requires such a lack of understanding of how anything works.
But your work harkens back to the great Bermuda Triangle expert Vincent Gaddis, who originally wrote the book The Deadly Bermuda Triangle. I took several test flights in 2005 with a paranormal research team, and we flew through the triangle many times, but the only thing that seemed to happen to me...
How many times?
6 times. And the only thing that seemed to happen to me is I developed a better appreciation of Neil Diamond records. That's the only thing that I could say that changed after my trip.
All you experienced during the triangle.
That's all I experienced, but I know it's not every time, and I know that journey 6 times over does not make a fully researched opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the triangle a total of 11 times, and...
Oh, wow.
Oh, and nothing happened. What a shock. It's almost like it's just a normal area of water. You'd think if he was there 11 times and nothing happened, he'd be like, maybe this is a waste of my time.
All but one have I come out feeling traumatized, to say the least.
Why? Why did you feel traumatized? As someone who's gone through trauma, I'd love to hear how your fucking plane flight over water traumatized you. Seriously?
Traumatized in which way? What are you feeling?
Well, it's sort of like a vibe from hell. Like, when you enter the triangle, which, by the way, is 1 million square feet in distance, it spans basically the entire Atlantic Ocean. And you know what's interesting?
No? Atlantic Ocean. Not Atlantis, goddammit. Atlantic Ocean map. So this is the Atlantic Ocean. The Bermuda Triangle is basically like this section. It's not even like 30% of it. So what the fuck is this guy talking about? It's a lot of the northern hemisphere. Boop, boop, boop. But it's like Florida, this island, and Puerto Rico. Like, it's not that big. God, people are so full of shit.
Is like, a lot of people don't seem to understand that I'm a professional meteorologist.
Right.
Because what I've experienced in the triangle is fact, not fiction.
You hold to.
Oh yes, the fact of a vibe it gave you. Much science. Very evidence.
Yeah, that's watertight.
Yeah.
Airtight, watertight.
Yeah.
All the same.
Absolutely.
And so, okay, I got a little off track, but what I'm trying to say here...
Let's click off. Expert gives an opinion outside of his field of expertise. Because this guy's degree in meteorology does not give him the right to say that supernatural forces are causing strange things to happen in the Bermuda Triangle.
Nolan, is that the Bermuda Triangle, by and large, is a feeding ground for extraterrestrial experimentation.
Source? You're gonna source that?
You think the alien entities have
I know it. I know it.
You know.
I know it.
No. What do you mean you know it? No. Nope.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Wog Roads. Thank you. Thank you for the bits.
They have chosen this area as a way to gather subjects, test what draws them to this area as opposed to, say, rural Oklahoma.
When Pangea split off about...
Right.
Oh, God. We're gonna go off on Pangea now?
1,000 years ago or something like that.
I think that's it. I think 1,200.
Yeah. When Pangea split off into different countries, basically what happened was it created a new North Pole under the sea in the Atlantic Ocean as the continents spread it apart.
Kind of an
what?
Earthly discombobulation of its compass, of the earthly compass.
Yes.
Right.
North Pole over time. The wandering geomagnetic poles. Let's see where it was in the past. Absorb north dip poles from 1831 to 2007. I'm looking more for ancient, though. Historical declination viewer. Can I go back to... Where's the earliest on here is 1590. North Pole during Pangea. How about that? Did he say 1,000 years ago? I'm gonna have to go back. I didn't notice that. Do 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 no 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 no. Okay, so at a certain point when it was Pangea and then it started separating to Amasia, the North Pole was there. Okay. But that's not... is he saying the North Pole used to be in the Bermuda Triangle? Because that's not the case. Let me go back to here the 1,000 years ago.
And to like that.
I think that's it. I think
when Pangea split off about 1,000 years ago or something like that.
I think that...
What the fuck? Pangea was millions of years ago, dude. No, 1,000 years ago? What? Pangea? Oh my goodness. When was Pangea? 299 million years ago. Off by just a bit. Only off by 299 million years. Whoo boy. Whoo.
That's it. I think 1,200.
Yeah, when Pangea split off into different countries.
Not even like, that's not even BC. That's fucking AD. He's talking like 600, 700 AD, 800 AD. What the fuck?
Basically what happened was it created a new North Pole under the sea.
We have many written records from 1,000 years ago.
In the Atlantic Ocean as the continents spread it apart.
Kind of an earthly
spreaded. I trust a man who says spread it instead of spread.
Combobulation of its compass, of the earthly compass.
Yes,
right.
exactly. I couldn't...
Pangea was actually a thing? Yes, Pangea. You didn't know about Pangea? Jesus Christ. The educational system in this country is shit, if you're from America. I don't know. Yeah. Pangea was a thing. Millions of years ago, because of plate tectonics, the land masses of the Earth were more or less all in one big thing. And then they split apart over time. They continue to move today. It's just they move at a very, very slow rate. Like, you can see future placement of the continents. Like, in the future, it's going to look like this. Africa is going to be more connected to, like, Europe and stuff. Continental I'm looking for future stuff. Future placement of the continents. Super future continent formation. So over time, this is what's roughly gonna happen to the continents of the planet. They'll eventually move back together. Daughter of Tiamat says, I thought this was some pseudoscience BS. Is there a study or something? Yeah. Plate tectonics is like all about this shit. This is like a known, proven thing. It also comes into some biology because that's why certain species in some areas are somewhat similar despite being continents apart, because at a certain point they were together and then over time they separated. Of course, also the ice ages where there were like ice sheets that animals could walk over were a thing with this too, but like that's why you can find fossils of the same species on different continents despite the fact that, you know, they're very different places because at one point they were next to each other. I'm surprised you didn't know about Pangea. Well, now you know.
Put it better myself. And so basically what happens there is that the aliens, for a lack of better term, the aliens basically know that the open ocean is a place where humans are at their most vulnerable.
I don't know if that's true. If you're an alien and you can, like, take people, you can just take them wherever. Also, aliens also are supposed to abduct people, like, in bed. That's a thing that people who believe in UFO alien type stuff believe. So why do sometimes they take people from their beds at home and sometimes they take them from the Bermuda Triangle?
Do they recognize pirate law?
Well, that's been debated.
Do aliens recognize pirate law? Sometimes I think, do I have an important enough or well thought out enough opinion to spread it online via Twitch? And then I hear something like that from someone who does this for a living and says, do aliens recognize pirate law? And I think I'm doing all right for myself.
Amongst a few of my friends and colleagues, but they don't follow any law, Nolan, and that's where we really start to see trouble in the triangle.
Yeah. It's a free-for-all for the aliens.
Well, yeah. I mean,
they don't care who you are. Cruise ship, freightliner,
cruise ship, U.S. Navy ship, bomber plane.
In other words, they're the captain now.
Like, let's think back to the Malaysian Flight 370.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Which I believe, my research indicates that there were alien entities on board.
I'd love, sir, to take a look at that research. What is your research that alien entities were on board the Malaysian flight that probably just got, like, shot down by Russia? Like, what?
on board the flight.
The flight, yeah. That might contribute.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
I do have other.
I love that.
Political conspiracy theories. I do believe there's some of those things, and all are valid. I
love this man, and I'm going to save this guy for the future.
And what I'm trying to say here before
because
you
this is
interrupted
fucking
me is
fantastic.
that basically, that the same phenomena we see occurring in the Bermuda Triangle is the same phenomena we see occurring in the Chinese Triangle. Just no one talks about. No one talks about the Southeast Asian Triangle. It's just like, people will talk about Ben Affleck, but they'll never talk about his brother.
I mean, the Southeast Asian Triangle is other than being a category on Pornhub, is...
Mr. Wizard says if aliens came to Earth, it'll be like the Europeans and the Native Americans. There's no reason to hide and no reason they couldn't destroy us at a whim. Yeah. I'd hope if people make it into space, I'm talking about aliens here, not people, I guess. But, like, I'd hope a species that can travel so fast that interstellar travel is a thing, I'd hope they'd be peaceful. Because if not, we'd be fucked.
Something that is, like, it's not as... It's prevalent. It's not as, for lack of a better term, cool in modern lore.
Yeah, because whereas the Bermuda Triangle has had 100 disappearances in the last 50 years, we've got...
That's not that many. 100 in the last 50 years? That's like 2 a year. And it's one of the most used, like, path for boats and planes in the world. That's not very many.
3 or 4 major disappearances in the Southeast Asian Triangle.
Right.
And one of those being Malaysia Flight 370, because what we see happening here is over the open ocean, these crafts are carrying, it's almost like a platter, a buffet, as you will.
I love buffets, yeah.
Oh, yeah, me too. Have you been to the buffet at the...
Jesus Christ.
Science for California convention?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. They converted a Golden Corral, and it's called Feedbag Us, Feedbag and Us. I believe it is, and it's the relationship between the feedbag and the human people, and it's a study in science of marketing food, but also just a damn good tater tot.
Yeah, the trough there is like my favorite.
Yeah, the fact that they just openly call it a food.
Mysteries and the What the fuck is the name of these people? Ken Knapsack. Oh god, I really, really hope it's like a parody. He's gotta be joking, right?
Rough. It's interesting. It's a great study.
Anyway, back to my...
At low cost, $4.99 gets you in.
So, the triangle, it's also a part of history for the United States, for...
Oh, thank fuck. I think it's a parody.
Africa and for Europe. The triangle, if you recall from your basic history class, it was called the Triangle Trade.
Yeah.
People would pick up slaves... Go from Europe, pick up slaves in Africa, and drop them off in the United States and go back to Europe. And that constant draw of negative energy being made into a triangle.
I'm still going to save him and listen to this later in my own time because that shit's hilarious. What a good Poe. Like, I believed this shit for almost 17 minutes. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Professor Daddy 1118. Thanks for coming to the show. You think the caller is real, but the host is mocking the guy? Maybe. I don't think so, though. I think they're both doing pretty good improv here, honestly.
The more the humanity-based aspects of why the triangle is so cursed.
That's fascinating stuff. That there's some dark energy there because of past transgressions.
Good for these guys. They're very funny. This channel is called Ken Knapsack, if you're interested. I'm just going to copy-paste this into the chat because you know what? He got me. Fair play. Check out that channel if you want to listen to some funny other shit. Let's see. 5G, what they don't want you to know. That, of course, will be an automatic 5G on the bingo card.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is John Briano.
Yeah. The bad framing here is all I want and more.
I'm coming to you after a lot of thought.
Put a sock on your mic so it's like he took... This, for those of you who don't know, who've never used like a microphone, the reason you have this on here is so when you're close you don't breathe into the mic. It's dampened quite a bit by the sock.
Thought tonight. There's...
If it was a joke, does that mean the bingo tiles don't count? What did it... You know what? I'm going to keep it because, frankly, that was my fault for not vetting that better and realizing it was a Poe. So take the bingo spaces. That's on me.
Some really important things I want to talk to you about. It's very serious. Things are very serious, folks. I don't think...
I do have a little bit of a Yoda giggle.
Anyone that's paying attention could disagree with that statement.
Ridiculous this man is.
I simply feel that what we're facing...
Is this mono audio? I only have one earphone in. Let me listen in the other one.
Is so overwhelming.
Oh yeah, that's mono. That's beautiful mono.
Everything. God always provides a means of escape. Before I go into discussion tonight, I want to go into prayer. Because it's warranted. Because what I'm about to talk to you tonight is very serious. You know, there's more to life than our bodies and our property and our possessions. There's the eternal things. They're very important. But that doesn't mean that we're so heavenly minded that we're no earthly good.
I'm going to speed him up because, yes, he is very slow. Playback speed. Let's try 1.25, and if that's still too slow, we'll go 1.5.
That's the problem with religion. I want to go into prayer for just a moment. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, may you give hope to those who are scared.
Is this one of the Baldwins?
And courage to those who tremble. And put fear in those who seek to do evil. And change the hearts and minds of those who are still willfully blind.
I'm going to skip ahead of the prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about 5G tonight. And I want to talk to you about the frequencies that 5G is going to use. But most importantly, I want to talk about the lies and the misinformation and the untruths that are out there. You see, folks, a lot of people have no idea what's going on with this 5G. And make no bones about what's coming.
They're putting it in the cell phones, making the fucking phones gay.
It's a cult. They're setting up a kill grid, and they're setting up a complete surveillance society.
Kill grid. That's my second favorite kind of grid.
I don't know when this video will be seen by many of you, but today is March 31st.
This is it. It almost took 4 minutes for him to start talking about the thing the video's about, by the way.
2018. And this is Joe Imbriano, the Fullerton Informer, and I'm coming to you from an undisclosed location right now. The information that I want to talk about tonight is about 60 gigahertz. And I want to talk to you about carbon 60. What's in a number? Well, there's a lot. The Wi-Fi in your house right now, there's a good chance you're watching this video through a Wi-Fi delivery system.
I am.
Operates on 2.4 gigahertz. That means that the electromagnetic field is oscillating about 2.5 billion times a second. That's the frequency at which the water molecules in your body begin their rotation on their axis to try to keep up with this field oscillation.
What the fuck does any of that mean?
They chose the water molecule frequency specifically for Wi-Fi. And the FCC...
How do I even Google fact check this? Body, water, molecule, frequency?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
AskCompu says Wi-Fi N and AC also operates at 5 gigahertz. So basically your electrical outlets also operate at that. That makes sense. In liquid water, the rotation is further complicated by collisions between adjacent molecules. 2.45 gigahertz is used because it's a standard frequency that is allowed and doesn't interfere with licensed communication systems. Part of the but this is talking about what's the resonant frequency of liquid water.
Tools of capitalism.
AskCompu says no Wi-Fi AC is a Wi-Fi standard. Oh, I didn't know that. Kevin Bacon says, you know what's worse than 5G? The sun. It burns you physically. Destroy the commie sun. True. So anyway, this person says, what's the resonant frequency of liquid water? I learned it's not 2.45 gigahertz, but what is it then? In my failure to find the real value, I'm starting to wonder, does it even make sense talking about a resonant frequency of water molecules? There isn't a single number. As the diagram in your link shows, there are multiple degrees of freedom, each of which will have its own resonance frequency, but they are certainly known. This answer says it depends on what you mean by resonant. Water has 3 different vibrational modes. There are vibrational frequencies associated with these, but they are not really oscillations like a mass on a spring, which we would be familiar with seeing. The web page you link has some vibrational frequencies of different molecules, notes that they are significantly higher than 2.45 gigahertz microwave range. So water can be excited rotationally by 2.45 gigahertz. The rotational behavior of water as single molecules in the gas phase is very complicated. Water is an asymmetrical rotor, which turns out to be the hardest to understand. In liquid water, the rotation is further complicated by collisions between adjacent molecules. 2.45 gigahertz is used because it is a standard frequency that is allowed and doesn't interfere with licensed communication systems, part of 2.4 gigahertz ISM band. Okay, so there is some truth to that. Water on its rotational axis is at 2.4 something gigahertz, but it's not like a standard thing, and there are also other axes to take into account.
You see, and worldwide governments for that matter, have allowed for that specific frequency band to be unlicensed, meaning that anyone can broadcast on that frequency as long as the device complies with FCC regulations in terms of harmful interference, broadcast power, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, they don't open up a frequency band unless they know it can hurt you. Try getting the television license. Try getting a radio license to broadcast on one of the channels on the FM dialer. Try getting a radio license to broadcast on one of the AM stations. Try getting a television.
You can, though. It can be difficult, and you need to have your equipment checked to make sure that it falls into the specifications for those things, and you need to fall into all the criteria necessary to do so, but you're free to do so.
Television broadcasting license. You can't get it, folks. But these frequencies that they're opening up the spectrum in.
The entire point is that if you're going to take up an actual, like, frequency in terms of, like, oh, channel 3, 4, whatever, on the dial on your TV, they want you to be able to broadcast to a great number of people. Otherwise, there'd be a bunch of jackasses in their backyards trying to broadcast whatever bullshit all day, and it would only reach, like, their block. So channel 3 might be different on one person's block next to another person's house, whatever. It would all be a mess. There are only so many frequencies we can send broadcasts on, which is why you don't want to clutter them up with a bunch of bullshit.
Or weaponized frequencies. And that's the problem. And they're putting in the transmitters everywhere. Now, there is no 5G being rolled out right now in the majority of the United States. It is coming to a handful of cities.
I'm going to pause this for a second and play some music so I can go get some more pop. Be right back. Let me turn that up a little bit. I shall be back in 1 moment. I am back. Sorry about that.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ask Compu says, if you are wondering, mains AC power in the US operates at 60 Hertz. Other countries, such as the UK, operate at 50. Soda, whatever. Oyster crackers. Salty. Fun fact, the Spiro I'm on, which is the tea blocker, makes me crave salt.
Like San Francisco, parts of Los Angeles, and Austin, Texas, that I know for sure. It's not there yet, though. So if you're seeing pictures on the internet...
What's an oyster cracker? Do you not... They're like these things. They're little... You put them in your soup. They're just little saltine cracker bits, basically.
Saying that this is 5G, and these antennas are 5G antennas. They're not. It's not here yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not here yet. The gold rush has begun. The stakes have been driven into the ground.
When I was a disgusting child, I used to eat a bunch of oyster crackers and spit them out onto a plate and let them dry and then eat the ball of chewed up oyster crackers. Fun fact.
But the mining has not begun. The antennas are not in position yet. What they have to do before they put the antennas in position is they have to get everything else out of the way.
Someone sent me a
Now,
link.
The trees are a problem. Because signals are being broadcast in the millimeter band part of the electromagnetic spectrum. They don't penetrate very well, travel very far, and that's why if you look around, and if you've been scratching your head lately as to why cities are cutting down beautiful mature trees all over the United States in the metropolitan areas, it is in preparation for the 5G rollout. Trees are a problem. They block the signal. If you'll notice, all of the new developments in your city and in any other city out there is all high density, 5, 6, 8, 10 stories, no trees. Sure, there'll be a central area where there'll be some grass, but if you'll notice, they're going away from the foliage.
Fun fact, the town I live in, the city I live in, calls itself like Tree City, USA. It says it on the welcome sign. Because there are so many trees planted all throughout the city. So, no, there are many places with tons of trees. What are you talking about?
If you'll notice,
you did get
a lot of the trees are also being burned up in fires that are the result of a combination of weather modification.
Oh, your city has it too. It's like a nationwide program, so the opposite of what this guy says. That's pretty funny.
Energy weapon strikes.
Let's take a look at that, actually. Sorry for all the disgusting chewing noises. Tree City USA is greening communities across the country. This program is a great opportunity to celebrate the importance of urban tree canopy and improve care of those vital city trees. So it's like a nationwide initiative. So this guy's full of shit. What a surprise.
I know for a fact, based on my observations from the footage and the pictures from the fires in California, that those were not your normal fires.
It was conspiracy fire. It was 5G fire. Whatever the fuck that is.
The temperature at which things burned was way too hot. Too many things got vaporized that had no business being vaporized. I've been around plenty of campfires, and I know what happens when you put certain things in a fire pit. I've been out to the desert, and we've burned a lot of things in the desert, and I know how hot stuff can get.
5G does not refer to a frequency, by the way. It refers to 5th generation. 5G operates anywhere between 450 megahertz to 6 gigahertz. Didn't know that. Hello. Want some crackers? Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
What?
I just thought it was funny that you came and got crackers and didn't say hi to chat.
Hi, chat. I'm frustrated. I'm trying to do statistical analysis with R, and it's frustrating. So, there you go.
Good luck with the science.
But you can't vaporize a car. You can't vaporize a fireplace.
You can if it's hot enough.
Folks, they're burning everyone off the land. They're driving everyone into the compact cities. And in the compact cities, there will be millimeter wave and microwave emissions everywhere. I was reading a document tonight from 1986. It's a NASA document. It's about 300 pages. And it talks about how they were going to be using 60 gigahertz for inter-satellite communications. And there are some interesting statistics in this report. They were talking about how they would be able to broadcast 68,000 kilometers with 10 watts. And yet...
Hey, chat. I only know how to use R, and that's just barely knowing how to use R. I don't know how to do Python, and I certainly don't know how to do MATLAB or MATLAB or whatever the hell it is. I'm not like computational by nature.
She does know my childhood cracker shame. I was talking about the spit out thing.
I know, you're on the TV in the...
Oh, okay.
We know for a fact that the millimeter wave emissions at 60 gigahertz are not going to need just 10 watts. They're going to need a lot more power than 10 watts, and they only travel about 500 feet. So how NASA can get 20,000 kilometers out of 10 watts. The reason I'm bringing this up is because there are lies everywhere and so much disinformation about all of this stuff. And I want you to understand something, folks. It doesn't travel far, and it doesn't penetrate well. There are ways
be the
that they can get
camouflage
these emissions into your
tree.
home.
Yeah, I've seen
and
these.
through your walls with beamforming. There are ways that you can stop
If you're gonna
this.
do a cell phone tower,
You see,
I
these
mean,
emissions
I'd rather it look nice.
Are not only a kill grid, but it's a complete
This is a bad
surveillance
one, though. This is
medium.
a kind of a poor attempt to disguise,
because they will be
but
able
like,
to have 3D imagery of everything once this
the
is completely
cactus
rolled
one
out.
is cool.
The millimeter wave deployment is being sold to you. The new 5G is being sold to you as an incredibly rapid download speed, new technological advancement. And I keep hearing about how you'll be able to download a 2-hour movie in like 30 seconds.
Why is the audio so bad? Because he's recording in mono without a mic sock. And he has it right up to his mouth.
Is it really that important for everybody to download a movie on their stupid phone? Is it obvious to you that you're being fed a line or a crock to get you to accept what they want to sell you as a miracle? Always be suspicious when they come out.
You could have said the same thing when broadband came out. Oh, do you really need to download your photographs and web pages instantly? Like, progress happens. It's a thing that happens in technology.
Out with some newfangled invention that they tell you you have to have, that you can't live without, and how it's going to be so great for you. Because these people that are making these decisions are very evil, and they know what this stuff does. And they have studied it for decades. I've studied this extensively for years. I understand what these emissions are capable of doing. That is why, for years, I have fought and lobbied the school districts and the municipalities and the cell towers and the cell tower companies from full deployment in my city, which is Fullerton, California.
And I'm sure they love hearing from you, Fullerton.
I can't tell you how many evenings I spent at a city council meeting or at a school board meeting in an empty room talking to people.
Again, remember, these people go to city council meetings. These are the people who are having a say in your government. Have you gone to a local city council meeting? Just something to think about.
On a school board or a city council that ignored everything I said, that could care less about the truth in my statements. Because most people in political office are extremely stupid and extremely corrupt. And that's why they've been chosen for those positions, and that's why they've been installed in those positions. But that doesn't detract from the necessity of activism and telling the truth. I had to present the information through the proper channels in hopes that it would sink in and
I
action
don't
would
even
come
know where he bought a microphone that
that would
only
be
goes
favorable
stereo.
in the best interest of the community and the children. Well, that is not the case, ladies and gentlemen. I was able to delay quite a bit of deployment in the high schools, but now it's all in. And we fought tooth and nail to stop the 5G rollout, and the city of Fullerton, along with other cities, has basically given carte blanche to these wireless companies to come in and choose whatever pole they want to put these things on, whether it be a light pole on top of the LED lights or power poles or whatever. It's coming. But there's one thing as a Christian that we never lose, and that is hope. Because even though we're under assault and even though we're under attack, there's always a way out, because God always...
I was going to say, why do you even care? You're a hardcore Christian. When you die, you won't have to deal with 4G or 5G or whatever. Jesus will come and he'll be like, hey, let me tear down these 5G towers. So you're good. Maybe stop worrying so much.
Provides a way out. You see, there are ways that you can shield your home, and there are ways that you can shield your body.
I'm thinking of Chuck from Better Call Saul, where he has the... Hold on. Saul, where he's got this foil thing to protect him from all the electromagnetic waves, and he does up his whole house in foil. If you like Breaking Bad and you haven't seen Better Call Saul, get on it. It's a great show.
And I want to talk about how to protect your body from what's coming. The people that are implementing these technologies at the very, very top are eugenicists. And their goal is to herd everybody into the compact cities and slowly kill them off. Make them sick, make them weak, make them lazy.
I'm just putting this out there. If I'm a eugenicist, I'm not. But if I were, that seems like an incredibly inefficient way to get the job done, right? Like in the past, the U.S. has actually taken part in eugenics. Look it up. The United States used to sterilize people they considered mentally unfit against their will. Or in, like, communities of color, they'd sterilize people without telling them. Why would they do this? They've already done it before. In much simpler ways, right?
Make them stupid. Make them corrupt. And make them their own. That's the plan. And it's being accomplished already. Municipal water is treated with sodium fluoride.
Oh God, fluoride is just for your teeth. Fluoride is fine for you. It's just for your teeth.
Chloramine, chlorine.
Which state did the most sterilizations? Ooh, good question. I feel like the fact that you're asking me implies that it's Michigan. No, it's California? Okay. That's a shame.
And a myriad of other halide compounds that are called disinfectants. They have a license to poison your water.
It's not poison. It's a disinfectant. Do you want a bunch of fucking microbes in your water that are gonna give you a disease, dude?
Goldfish tank and see what happens. But there's a solution.
Do you understand how concentration works? Yeah, if you put a bunch in a fish tank at high concentration, it probably will kill the fish because it's too concentrated.
Reverse osmosis filtration. Very inexpensive and extremely efficient. There's also a war on your bloodstream.
This is my last handful, and then I'll stop
Forced
munching.
vaccinations.
Sorry if you're hearing a bunch of crunch.
There's a way out. It's a 2-letter word called no. Don't take the vaccines. If you have children, the only way to avoid the vaccinations is to homeschool your children. Homeschool your children.
No, don't do that.
None of the vaccines have been tested for impairment of fertility, for mutagenic potential, or carcinogenic potential.
They literally do. They go through testing with the organizations that do that. The FDA tests medications. They have to prove they're safe.
No one in their right mind that just heard what I said should put those in their children. If you're in a position where you can't homeschool, pray about it and find a way to get it done.
Let's see what we got. Let's take a look at this. Forced sterilization, population control as a motive. That's certainly one. We, of course, got 5G. The deep state. I'm going to argue the deep state because he's talking about, like, government conspiracy bullshit. That sounds like deep state stuff. That's eugenicist talk.
Or find a way to say no.
Did he mention HARP? When did he mention HARP?
And their children. If you're in a position where you can't homeschool.
He did mention weather control? Okay. That is count then.
Pray about it and find a way to get it done. Or find a way to say no, or find a doctor that will write you a medical exemption. Because I'm telling you right now, folks, they've had decades and decades to hone the technology, the biotechnology.
Did I see trans atheist is starting HRT tomorrow? Yes, I did. I'm very excited for her. I know that's something she'd been wanting for a very long time. And as someone who's been on HRT for a year, it's like fantastic, and I feel so much better about myself. Like, don't get me wrong, I still have body issues. I'm working on losing weight right now. Like I said, I'm down like 17 pounds or something like that. I don't know exactly. But, like, just the fact that I'm on the hormones and I know I'm making progress toward my goals, I feel so much better than I was previously. Not that that's the end-all be-all, of course, but it was something I wanted to do. So.
To put things in those shots. They can kill you. They can make you sick. They can make you sterile. Do your homework. There's a problem with the food. We know the food supply is extremely tainted and adulterated, but there are ways you can remain healthy. You should eat things that grow on plants and trees and that come from animals, that come from living things in their, preferably their wild form, their natural state. Not the stuff in cans or boxes or powders or mixes. All of these things will...
Okay, but dude, that stuff has allowed food to become cheaper than it's ever been in human history. Like, don't get me wrong, groceries can still be overpriced. I'm not arguing that. But, like, in terms of historical food value, you can get incredibly cheap food. Like, the fact that we can keep things on the shelf longer because of canning processes and different stuff to help it stay longer on the shelf and stay shelf stable without going bad has created a situation where we have an overabundance of food in this country. We suffer from, and I particularly, but like everyone in this country, most of us suffer from some level of being overweight or outright obese. Like, it's an interesting predicament to be in, but it is one. You can't just say everyone should go outside and hunt for their food, because that's not realistic. It just isn't.
Will make you sick. And that's part of the plan. The medical system is also a big part of this. The allopathic medical system has created a system by where they manage disease and cure nothing. And they mine your health until you're dead. They make all kinds of money off your insurance policy, run tests on you, drug you, give you more tests, give you more...
Okay, but dude, I'm guessing, being a Christian weird right-wing conspiracy theorist, you're not voting for the people who want to do away with for-profit health care. I'm guessing you're voting for Trump. I could be wrong. But why don't you vote for your best interests then?
Pills, give you more creams, give you more injections, give you more false hope, and it always ends up leaving you defenseless.
Altered Rin says, if they're so good with biotech, can I get the vaccine that turns me into Dr. Manhattan so I can Thanos snap the conspiracy nut jobs out of existence? That's mean. I feel a lot of things for conspiracy theorist weirdos. Outright disdain, unless it's something awful like Holocaust denial or like AIDS denial, stuff like that. That's awful. There are people who are misled often. There are people who are not very good at determining what is true from what is false. They're not good at evaluating evidence or plausibility, but I do not hate them as people most of the time. Again, unless they are outright hateful. Unfortunately, a lot of them are, but many aren't. Many are just weirdos who, like, think it's fun to think about the JFK assassination or, like, weather control, whatever.
And sick and dying. The solution? Stay away from the doctors. If you have an automobile that doesn't have any engine lights on, check engine lights or warning lights on, do you take it to the mechanic to see if there's anything wrong with the car? Of course not. Because if you do take it to a crooked mechanic, they'll break something and say you need to have it fixed.
What? No, if I get warning lights in my car, I get it fixed. What are you talking about?
The medical system is like a crooked mechanic, ladies and gentlemen. You go in there and there's nothing wrong with you, they're still going to find a way to give you some sort of a medication. Because they have designed...
Anita Wu with 10 bits. Hold on. Someone says the stream timer was in the negative. That's weird. Anita Wu says, I can totally see why some people in America fall so easily for the medical industry is corrupt because of how for profit it is. It's people in countries with socialized healthcare that get duped by it that confuse me. Yeah, I don't get that.
All of their protocols to basically encompass everybody that has a pulse and that is breathing to be in need of medication. They've lowered all the thresholds on things that are actually normal and trying to tell you that you're sick and you need to take these pills or these drugs. It's a scam, folks. It's not about making money. It's that, but it's also about killing people off. Don't go to the doctors. Don't take your children to the doctors. Man.
You can get manslaughter or murder charges if you know your child is ill and don't take them to the hospital and they die.
No.
Or just straight up abuse charges, even if they don't die, but they get injured and someone finds out about it. A terrifying map of US, Canada, and Mexico COVID cases. Let me take a look. He said if there's no warning light, you still do regular maintenance. Ah, I misheard. That's my bad. Map shows why it would be terrifying to open Canada-US border. Oh yeah. I don't blame any nation for fucking banning United States citizens or people who've been in the US. Like, look at this shit. It's ridiculous. Hopefully it'll affect mostly the non-mask wearing asshole crazy people, but we know that's not the case. It's gonna affect everyone. And it's gonna hurt a lot of people that don't deserve it. It's a shame.
Microwave emissions.
Andrew Dickerson says a lot of mechanics do stuff like that. I went to get my inspection done and they told me that due to state law they couldn't pass me because the check engine light was on. That was true because I then took it to a different place and they got the inspection done. They just wanted to get me to pay them for a diagnostic.
They're a problem.
I don't know anything about that, so.
It's got a wire on it. Hardwire all your connections in your home. It's not that hard to do.
The map only shows provinces for other countries, cities for the U.S. Oh, that is misleading.
Use aluminum screens on your
There's
windows.
still many more cases in the U.S., but yes, data can be used in a misleading way.
That blocks the signals from coming in. The low E glass on some of the dual pane windows also blocks the signals, but not as effective as the aluminum screens. You can use RF shielding paint in your home. It's expensive. It has to be done properly. It has to be grounded. But it does block the signals. These signals that come through your home 24/7 are damaging your health.
Over
They affect
540,000 global deaths.
Mitochondria in your cells. They affect your DNA. They affect your nervous system. They affect your circadian rhythm. They affect your heart. They affect your heart rate. They affect your mood. They affect your ability to concentrate. They affect your cognitive functions. They affect your brain waves. They affect your brain. Your body is an electrochemical creation.
The death rate in Michigan is like averaging, it looks like, almost 10% death rate. That's bananas.
That we're being bombarded with. The current microwave levels in our environment are trillions of times the background levels that our parents were exposed to as children. There were no microwave emissions 50 years ago in the environment. Now they're everywhere.
What? 50 years ago, that would be the 70s. There were microwave transitions. Radio and television waves are microwave transmissions. What the fuck are you talking about?
And what is coming is a new breed of radio frequency torture, radio frequency poisoning. They're increasing the frequency. They're going up the ladder, so to speak. And they're going to 60 gigahertz for the new Wi-Fi. This new Wi-Fi is called WiGig, and it's coming. The goal is to continue with the towers in place and continue broadcasting on those frequencies, but they're also going to be utilizing a new type of communication system that's going to involve the placement of small cellular antenna all over the place, on the public right-of-ways, on top of schools, light poles, telephone poles, power poles, public buildings. You're going to see these little boxes. They're going to come in different shapes and different sizes, but they're basically going to look like the top of a shoebox.
Okay.
They're going to be rectangular, and they're going to be connected to poles or buildings in your neighborhood, outside your home. These frequencies that they're going to be broadcasting on will be in the millimeter wave spectrum. These waves don't travel far. Like I said, they don't penetrate very well as far as the buildings. They're going to force you to have some sort of a relay system in your home to where you pick up the signal and rebroadcast it through your home. And this is where we have them.
They aren't going to require that. If you want to get cell phone signal, you probably would need one if that were the case. If genuinely the 5G signal can't travel as far as like 4G for some reason, it would make sense to have some sort of receiver or have more smaller towers all over the place. It would also decentralize the infrastructure, which might be good.
This is one of the ways that you can defeat this. You don't have to go wireless in your house. You don't have to have a relay system in your house, and you don't have to have a Y-gig system in your home. The 60 gigahertz
You just said they were going to make you. You just contradicted yourself.
frequency has been chosen for a specific reason. It is the frequency of oxygen molecule absorption. It's the oxygen molecule frequency. That is the frequency that the oxygen molecules absorb the radio frequency energy. Why is this so significant? Because it's so demonic and it's so evil. The oxygen molecules have electrons that they share with each other. Oxygen is a diatomic molecule. What we breathe are two oxygen molecules stuck together with these electrons that they share. When oxygen is hit with radio frequency energy at 60 gigahertz, it affects the orbital properties of those shared electrons.
Source?
It is those shared electrons that bind to the hemoglobin in our blood. That is a magnetic compound in our body, in our blood cells. Hemoglobin is a very complex magnetic compound.
Multiple people in the chat with degrees are saying, no. Bellstar says hemoglobin is not magnetic.
When you alter or interfere with the orbital spin properties of diatomic oxygen's electrons, you interfere with the miraculous gaseous exchange in our lungs, where the oxygen is absorbed into the bloodstream and at the same time is being transported through our body. The carbon dioxide and water vapor is being...
So, you know, in 5 years when 5G is everywhere and it's as commonplace as 4G or 3G was like 10 years ago, is he going to feel like a jackass, or is he going to come out with some, like, oh, it's happening in secret, like, bullshit?
Expelled from our bloodstream into our lungs and breathed out. It's a miraculous function that we don't even think about. It's just happening constantly while we're alive.
There's nothing funny about the
They're
tools of
taking the...
capitalism.
Anita Wu says since women tend to have higher rates of anemia, are they less magnetic than men?
Axe to the trunk of the tree, ladies and gentlemen. Oxygen is life. They're going to be poisoning us with a frequency that affects the oxygen molecules, and this is by design. By their own admission, they tell us that these emissions don't travel far, and they don't penetrate very well. And that requires that they locate these microcell antennae about every 500 feet in the cities, because the air in the atmosphere will absorb and block the frequencies. Why would they use that frequency if it doesn't travel very far?
Alright, that's enough of him for today. He's just rambling at this point. Are you ready for part 9 of The Fall of the Cabal? Because I think it's time. For those of you who maybe, I don't know if this is anyone's first time here, or whatever, this is a video series that someone has done on sort of the QAnon conspiracy bullshit from 4chan. 4chan, for all your hentai and child porn needs, now brings you a conspiracy theory about how Hollywood is full of pedophiles. Anyway, so this basically posited so far in parts 1 through 8 that the government has like a shadow government, and also there's some secret like Illuminati-esque organization, although they don't call it the Illuminati, that all wealthy people everywhere are secretly having sex with children and also cannibalizing people. Literally. So, get ready for some crazy.
When Q arose on October 28, 2017, little did we know that a new era had started. Something big, something
new
massive
era
started unfolding before our very eyes, but most people remained completely in the dark. Through the Q drops, hints, clues, and questions were planted like seeds, waiting for humanity to be picked up, researched, and unraveled. Bit by bit, we, the people, woke up. Using other means than the mainstream media, the QAnons started communicating with each other through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. The same social media that was set up by the cabal to monitor the people 24/7 were now used to find each other and to spread news and findings.
It's almost like none of what you're saying is true. Weird.
There was no stopping us anymore. People in France went out into the streets in yellow vests, showing President Macron that they no longer complied.
What? The yellow vest thing was not a QAnon thing. What are you talking about?
What started off with small groups evolved into mass protests. For over a year now, tens of thousands of people have been gathering every Saturday. Not just in France, but in Spain, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Bulgaria, Turkey, Poland, Hungary, Taiwan, Australia, Iraq.
Let's look up the yellow vest thing, because I'm not the most in tune with what the fuck that shit was about. Yellow vest movement. The yellow vest movement, or yellow jackets movement, French, Mouvement des Gilets Jaunes. It's the best I got. Is a populist grassroots protest movement for economic justice that began in France in October 2018 after an online petition posted in May had attracted nearly 1 million signatures. Mass demonstrations began on the 17th of November. The movement was initially motivated by rising fuel prices and high cost of living. So it's basically like a leftist movement of like, hey, the wealthy are out of control, income inequality is out of control, we need to do something. That has nothing to do with QAnon. Very strange to try and co-opt the identity of this left-leaning economic justice movement and try and claim it for your bullshit conspiracy theory.
Israel. The mainstream.
Oh, Q is used as a source. That's definitely on here, probably. Oh, do I not have it on this one? Well, if you have Q is used as a source, mark it off your bingo sheet. Doon, doon, doon.
Mainstream media tried to make people believe it was just a fading phenomenon, but the people saw through their lies. George Soros then intervened in his own special way. He paid his people to mingle with the yellow vests and start rioting.
I'm sorry you're not feeling well today. I'm not going tox. Still, thanks for being here. I hope you're at least having a little bit of fun listening to the craziness.
The ever-successful way to discredit a group of protesters with peaceful intent.
Yeah, Soros is generally thinly veiled anti-Semitism. I don't know if I have that one on here either.
Made them look like vandals and aggressors. Soros's rats attacked the police. But this strategy didn't work either. His rats were not very
There's no evidence that was funded by George Soros.
Smart.
Obviously.
They forgot to put on yellow vests, and in the heat of the fight, they shouted, Paris, Paris, Antifa! Then they forgot who they were supposed to attack, so they went for the yellow vests as well. Not
I imagine that picture was two yellow vest people who got in a fight. That doesn't require a conspiracy.
got scared. He told the French police to strike down the protests with all means necessary.
Why do people hate Soros so much? Well, he happens to be a Jewish man, and of course a lot of conspiracy theorists are anti-Semitic. But on top of that, he donates to a lot of, not leftist, but progressive causes. He's a rich guy, so he's obviously not a leftist, but like, you know, progressive causes. And people on the right really don't like that. Dude spanking dudes, let's see the site that I linked next. Since God, I remember looking at it and laughing as a teen. The site you linked this one. Oh, did I still have it somewhere? Did I accidentally click off of it? Send me it again, and I'll... But I think I accidentally exited out of it.
These officers took off their helmets in solidarity with the yellow vests. What else could the cabal do? Use extreme violence. Army forces were deployed. Snipers were put on rooftops to shoot at the yellow vests if necessary. Thousands of people got injured. People died. France is in the middle of a civil war, but the mainstream media remains silent. 23 yellow vests have died for believing in a better world.
Capitalists gonna capitalist.
South America too shows massive protests where people demand their corrupt governments to step down. The world is experiencing the biggest revolution ever. The worst nightmare of the cabal has come true. The people have woken up. And contrary to other revolutions that humanity went through in the past, this revolution is one of knowledge, understanding of how things are run by the elite, and the...
What? There have been multiple revolutions in human history that apply the same logic that the world is run by the elite, and that the people should take a stand and take agency in their own lives. The French Revolution? The Russian Revolution?
Willingness to work together to create a better world. A revolution of the people can only work when there is help at the top. That help was never there in the past, but now there is. That is what makes this revolution different. We have an ally at the top, an ally that we refer to as Q. Q is a group of people, not an individual. The intel Q provides is top level. I believe
it's all bullshit. It's not true. I don't know why these people believe so hard that what Q is saying is true.
Q comprises of Donald J. Trump and some of his most loyal army
Oh my
generals.
god. It's Donald Trump edited into that Joker poster from The Dark Knight where he's holding a playing card. That's the real shit right there. We live in a society.
Without the help of the army top, the plan that is unfolding would never stand a chance. But there's more to Q than meets the eye. I am convinced there are some secret components that will be revealed soon.
Are they aware the letter Q means things to different... Like, it's the letter of the alphabet. It's gonna show up in various photos.
President Trump and the entire Q team are working out a plan that has been in the making for the past 20 years. A plan so all-encompassing, it took this long to calculate every step, every move to perfection. Every possible outcome of each and every step was thoroughly mapped out, leading to the next optimal move. We're talking probability calculation at the highest level. How do we know? Because Q made predictions of events that we, the people, could never have foreseen. President Trump gave clues in his speeches that pointed to events that were about to unfold, but most people didn't even notice them. The mainstream media made fun of them, but the QAnons recognized them and realized just how brilliant Q really was. Let me give you a few examples. In the middle of a press conference in November 2017, Trump stopped a few times to take a sip of water from a small plastic bottle. It seemed
He's thirsty!
weird, completely overdone. He repeated this a month later in the middle of a talk about national security.
This is the thing they made fun of because he's drinking it with 2 hands. People drink water during speeches because their throat gets dry. What are you talking about?
He held the glass with 2 hands like a child. The mainstream media went hysterical.
They have to try and come up with some conspiratorial reason he's being weird. He can't just be weird. It must be part of some secret message he's sending to us.
Claiming the president
7D chess. Confirmed.
was either retarded or suffering from some degenerative disease. The Qanonsense, however, knew immediately that he was pointing out something. The water bottle contained Fiji water. Fiji water is
the second one didn't know. It was just a glass of water.
Bottled on the Isle of Wakanda. In 1973, Wakanda was bought by a Canadian businessman, David Gilmour. In
Wakanda forever.
1996, he founded Fiji Waters. In 2016, Claire Bronfman, heiress to the multi-billion-dollar Seagram liquor fortune, bought 80% of Wakanda from Gilmour and financed the setup of Nexium on the island. Exactly, the sex cult run by Keith Raniere, who branded his initial into the women that he kept on the island as sex slaves, who were lured in by sweet-faced Alison Mack, the Smallville actress. The ball started rolling.
I'm calling it now. If Trump loses in November, the way they're going to explain the fact that none of the things that QAnon predicted, like Hillary Clinton getting arrested, the fact that none of that'll happen, they're going to say, well, Donald Trump was going to do it, but he lost. The deep state won. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen.
Were made, and in April 2019, Raniere was found guilty on all charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. Some of his victims were minors. Claire Bronfman and her sister Sarah pleaded guilty on all charges, as did Alison Mack.
Oh, I believe
More
this stuff
incriminating
happened.
thing-
Yeah, pedophiles exist and sex slavery exists. But Donald Trump is not signaling that to people by drinking Fiji water.
This will come to the service soon. Nexium donated a large amount of money to the Clinton Foundation.
A lot of people donated to the Clinton Foundation. It's one of the biggest charities in the country.
Claire Bronfman was CEO of a company called Bronfman Rothschild, as was Evelyn Rothschild and his wife Lynn. Remember them from the previous episodes? Isn't it fascinating how the same key players keep popping up?
Oh, there's 2 pictures of these people together from the 90s. It must be evidence they're together. Trump. Epstein. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look it, there's a picture of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. See what happens when you use photographs of people standing next to each other as evidence? You dumb fucks.
There's one more disturbing thing about this case, which involves the Dalai Lama. In May 2009,
Thinly veiled anti-Semitism was checked off.
the Bronfman sisters organized an event with the Dalai Lama in Albany. There was a lot of criticism towards the Dalai Lama. How could he connect his good name with a sex cult? But he decided to go anyway. 10 days after the event, the Dalai Lama Trust was founded. According to its tax filings, the trust received $2.2 million in donations in its first year.
Yeah, he's the Dalai Lama. He's famous as fuck. If he starts a charity or whatever, people are gonna donate to it. He networks with, like, some of the most powerful people on the planet.
Was the Dalai Lama bored to connect himself to Nexium?
What?
According to an inside Nexium member, this was indeed the case. The Dalai Lama's office and the Bronfman sisters denied the allegation. Now that this has come out into the open, it would be nice if the Dalai Lama would at least explain why he went along with a sex cult or apologize.
He probably didn't know it was a sex cult. The guy's job at this point is basically traveling the world, right? And meeting with people and talking about shit. He's like a professional public figure. It's what he does.
But
I guarantee his schedule is like, let's take a look. Dalai Lama schedule. July 8th, he's doing a thing. July 14th, he's doing a thing. Oh, these are webcasts, though. I'm looking more for events. 2019 archive. When there wasn't a pandemic, maybe. He was doing something on February 19th, February 20th, February 27th, May 10th, May 17th, June 3rd, June 5th, June 5th. August 13th through the 14th, August 17th, September 4th through the 6th. This is what he does. He travels around the world and speaks. This is like his job at this point. And he advocates for like his home not being taken over by China. Right? This is what he does. He meets tons of people and travels the world. Some of them are going to be pedophiles on a long enough time scale.
Instead, he blames Trump on unethical behavior.
Yes, because Trump is unethical. Because Trump does really fucked up shit all the time. And by the way, if there is a secret, like, cult of people fucking kids, Trump would be a part of it. Because he grew up wealthy in Manhattan. And he's been rich his entire life. He would be part of it. Like, hey, I agree. Jeffrey Epstein, fucked up. That's so fucked up. And there are definitely wealthy people out there who were fucking underage people, and it's sick. But if anyone did it, Donald Trump would be one of those people, right? Bill Clinton might be too. I have no idea. I don't care. My point is, why do they exclude Trump in all of this all the time? It's so bizarre.
Now, why was the Fiji case so important? Nexium will soon turn out to be just a small fish compared to what's coming. Think crimes against children, sex trafficking, and satanic child sacrifice.
Satanic child sacrifice. Satanic ritual child abuse. Click that one off if you got it.
Think big names like the Clintons, the Obamas, and the Podestas.
Why the Obamas? Like, again, I don't agree with Obama on a lot of stuff. Like, oh, hey, Krista Willow, bingo. Send me a link to your sheet so I can check it. There are a lot of things I disagree with Obama on, right? Oh, good, I can actually give you a sub right away. There are a lot of things I disagree with Obama on, but he's like a dude. He's just like a normal guy, more or less. He's an intelligent guy, but he's like one of the most respectable presidents we've ever had, right? Like, he's a dude who understood the weight of the office and how important it was to be respectable, especially considering he knew how much the right was going to shit on him, not only for being a Democrat, but for being the first black president. Someone doesn't understand how cameras work. What was that from? What was someone doesn't understand cameras? Because I have that, and I didn't click that one. The gay agenda, yes, yes. Aliens, satanic ritual child abuse. What was the someone doesn't understand how cameras work? Because I didn't have that one marked. Mono speaker guy? When did he talk about cameras? Multiple people are saying so. So. Well, multiple people said he said it, so I'll say fuck it, sure. That's the winner for today. Krista Willow.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
There you go. Sub-gifted. Congrats. So that is our winner for today. You can continue playing bingo, of course, for fun. But that is the sub for today.
What Trump did was he started off with a case important enough to be presented to the people, but small enough not to completely shock them. He chose Nexium to let the public get used to the major offenses that are about to be revealed. This is what we call red-pilling the people.
Oh, God.
A term coined
Take the red pill!
The Matrix. Do you want the blue pill or the red pill? If you choose the red pill, you will be shown the truth, and there's no way back. Here's another example of Trump's brilliant strategy.
The words Trump and brilliant should be no fewer than 10 words apart in any given context.
In June 2017, Melania boarded the presidential plane on her way to visit a youth detention center with Mexican migrant children who had been separated from their parents.
Why do you say parents like that? Are you going to talk about the fact that she was wearing a thing that said, I don't care, do you? It was super fucked.
She wore a coat with the text, I really don't care, do you?
My goodness. How fucking ridiculous was that? It feels like 20 years ago that bullshit happened. Random invite with 35 bits. Is there ever a doesn't understand the Matrix metaphor for being trans on the bingo card? Because it does seem to come up a lot. No, there isn't. It would be good to add, though. I'm not going Tox says, I love there's no way coming back from the red pill because it's the truth. But there is from the blue pill, apparently.
It was a strange choice, for the code wasn't fashionable at all, and the text was quite provocative, to say
yeah. She was probably being an asshole intentionally.
the least. Once again, the mainstream media went into a frenzy.
Yes, because it was really, really tone deaf, and that's the most gracious interpretation of what happened.
But the QAnons knew the Trumps were giving yet another clue. The code turned out to be a Zara product. An investigation made clear that Zara made use of slave labor. As a result, Armancio Ortega, founder and CEO of Zara,
basically every fashion company in the world uses slave labor. Like if she was wearing a Hanes t-shirt, they could say the same thing.
Signed 6 months after Melania's action. Yet another clue that was being given by Melania was the fact that these children were not
Does QAnon qualify for anonymous? No, anonymous is a separate thing than QAnon.
Separated from their parents, but saved from child traffickers.
Fuck you! No, 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 no. Those kids are in detention centers in fucking cages because they and their parents crossed the border illegally, and instead of just sending them back like a normal fucking person, they locked the kids up and permanently separated them from their parents, you sick fucks.
More than 8,500 CEOs resigned over the last 2 years, many for unclear reasons.
Is that any more or less than there normally are? I doubt it.
Just like Q had predicted. Was Trump indeed draining the swamp like he had promised?
No.
One of Q's crumbs that was repeated several times was, "We have the server." It quite clearly referred to Hillary Clinton's server, the one she tried so hard to destroy before it would be used against her in a court of law. But how did the Q team lay their hands on it? The clue was given in Helsinki, Finland, when Trump met Vladimir Putin on July 16, 2018. Trump openly asked the audience, "Where is the server? Where are the servers? They are missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary's emails? 33,000 emails. They're gone. Just gone. I think it's a disgrace." Remember the scene with the
That sounds like typical Trump rambling to me.
soccer ball? Putin handed Trump the ball and said, "The ball is now in your court." Trump took the ball and said, "This will go to my son, Barron."
It's 'cause it's a ball! What? These people are insane.
Then threw the ball to Melania. What was so special about the ball?
The Vladimir Putin gave it to him. What are you talking about?
Why the big smiles and the twinkling in their eyes?
Because he told like a little funny thing. It was him being like, "I'll give this to my son." Ha ha ha. It's like a little light moment, right?
What was going on here? And why did Melania post a tweet with this picture later that year?
What? Because it's an ornament on the tree.
Many QAnons agree on the theory that the content of the servers was inside that soccer ball.
What? 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 Okay, so let's deconstruct this a little bit. So Vladimir Putin somehow has access to Hillary Clinton's email servers. By the way, these servers were not this big. They were much larger, right? Because they're, you know, lots of emails and stuff is being held in there. Somehow they compressed this down to like a hard drive of some sort. Vladimir Putin calls up Trump on the phone and goes, "Hey, Donnie, I got you some Clinton server info. Do you want it?" And Donald Trump goes, "Yes, this is fantastic. But here's what we need to do. I need you to put that hard drive in a soccer ball." And Vladimir Putin goes, "Why?" And Trump goes, "I want it in a soccer ball, god damn it. And you're gonna hand it to me during a press conference. And I'm gonna say I'm gonna give it to Barron, my son." And Vladimir Putin's gonna say, "But why?" And Trump's gonna say, "So I can throw it to Melania and we can all laugh." And he'll say, "You're gonna throw the hard drive that holds important evidence against a political enemy of yours?" Yes. How do these people, like, remember how to get out of bed in the morning? I don't...
Containing enough incriminating evidence to put a lot of people in Washington, D.C. behind bars for life. Try evidence for the Uranium One scandal, where Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, and with knowledge and approval of President Obama, gave Russia control of 20% of America's uranium.
Wait, I thought Russia was good, though. I thought you just said they were good because they gave that information to Trump. Which is it? Is Russia bad or Russia good? You gotta pick one.
Proving the Rosatom deal. The Russian company Rosatom had bought the Canadian company Uranium One in 2010, 3 years after the latter had purchased Eurasia, owned by Frank Justra, our friend with the pedophile logo from part 4. Remember? Justra had officially stepped down after the purchase, so why did he donate $145 million to the Clinton Foundation right after the Rosatom deal was signed? Why on earth was he too embraced by the Dalai Lama? Why the hell did he get the...
Another thing where it's like, look, there's a picture of these two standing next to each other. And...
Dalai Lama Humanitarian Award when he is involved up to his ears in child trafficking?
What? You haven't established that the Dalai Lama is up to his ears in child trafficking. All you had was he had a photo with someone who was. What are you talking about? I can't even call it specious reasoning because it implies there's any kind of reasoning going on.
Why did Bill Clinton receive $500,000 for a talk in Moscow right after the Rosatom deal was announced?
Again, is Russia good or bad? Explain. And former presidents, by the way, make most of their money from book deals and public speaking. This is not a Bill Clinton only thing. George W. Bush does the same thing. His dad does the same thing. This is common.
Do you know what we're looking at here? Bribery, corruption, pay-to-play, money laundering, and high treason. This was the real Russian collusion. Oh, by the way, why did Trump say this soccer ball was going to his son Barron?
Oh, God. Oh, no. What is this gonna be?
According to insiders, Barron is extremely intelligent with an IQ of 146.
Barron Trump. He's gonna hack into the soccer ball and get the data. No!
He is said to be incredible with computers, especially when it comes to hacking, cracking codes, passwords.
Barron Trump, hacker man. Donald Trump, Tim302, thanks for the bits. So, Donald Trump gets this weird soccer ball hard drive from Vladimir Putin, and presumably the FBI is like, sir, do you want our top hackers on this? We have computer experts from all around the country ready to go at a moment's notice. No, actually, my son Barron, he has a very high IQ. He gets it from me, okay? So, Barron, the expert, he's gonna hack into the soccer ball. He's gonna hack. He's the best. The best. I can't. I just fucking can't.
Etc. Bearing this in mind, I so understand the facial expressions that one fine day in Helsinki. Soon, very soon.
Random guy. 2324 Real says Barron Trump fucking marathons Rick and Morty and Mr. Robot. Yes. In fairness, you need a very high IQ to understand these shows.
Mass arrests. Everything has been laid out. 20 years of preparations. The CIA, FBI, DOJ, NSA, every three-letter agency has been cleared of deep state actors. How can you make arrests when the agencies are corrupted? You cannot. That's why Comey, McCabe, Brennan,
God,
and other key players had to go. That's why some of them suddenly stepped down while others were fired.
These are...
The stage has been set. The world will be in for a major shock. How on earth are people going to respond when it becomes clear that Obama, Pelosi, Schumer, Feinstein, Strzok, Page, the Clintons, that they all tried everything they could possibly think of to impeach the President of the US, we will soon see that it went much further than just spying. It went as far as organized murder attempts. The cabal, the deep state, tried to assassinate the President of the United States on multiple occasions. They tried to force Trump to go to war with North Korea, but after annihilating the cabal strongholds there, he brought peace. They now try to force him to go to war with Iran.
What? North Korea and South Korea are not at peace. What are you talking about?
But I can assure you, he will do the exact same thing. Annihilate the cabal strongholds first, and then bring peace. Q said it would happen this way. First Korea, then Iran, Israel last.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Then there is Obama's high treason. Everything you were told about him by the mainstream media will soon turn out to be false. Falsified on purpose. Soon we will be presented with hard evidence concerning his birth certificate.
Back on the birther shit. Jesus Christ, guys. He's a fucking United States citizen. What the fuck?
His ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, the
oh my god.
extremist party behind ISIS. Pictures such as these will...
Wait, did they just say the Muslim Brotherhood is behind ISIS and Obama is a member? What?
Start a service.
This is just straight up racist. They think that this kid is Obama. They don't even look alike. What are you talking about? Jesus. They don't even look alike. Their skin tone isn't even the same. Oh my god, these people are fucking racist.
Obama and the Clintons integrated the Muslim Brotherhood in the American government at the highest level. Remember Huma Abedin, Hillary's right hand? Her parents were directly connected to the Muslim Brotherhood, as is her brother.
Are you saying that because she's Muslim? Because that's a really fucked up thing to say, considering not all Muslims are part of that.
Where do you think that leaves her? Remember John McCain? What was he doing in Iraq with the ISIS top 4?
Of course, he's also bad because he didn't fall in line behind Trump. Jesus.
Why did Trump say they caught the 5 most wanted ISIS leaders? Not 4, 5. Did you notice something weird about the flag on his coffin? It was wrinkled.
What's up?
I just wanted a hug. Waiting to see if the code that I just did is gonna work.
Only traitors get wrinkled flags. It was a code.
That's not the case. They said only traitors get wrinkled flags. If they were a traitor, they wouldn't fucking put a flag on. What are you talking about? It's 'cause it looks like they just unfolded it from wherever it was folded. Jesus Christ. These people are nuts.
They definitely should have steamed the flag, though.
Oh, probably, but that doesn't mean it's a fucking conspiracy. These people are nuts.
High treason,
Hugs
death penalty.
to chat as well.
Did you really believe he died of cancer?
Yes.
Do you still believe?
Love you too.
Osama bin Laden was the enemy? That he was responsible for 9/11?
Yes. Yes, he was. Oh my goodness.
That he set up Al-Qaeda? He was a CIA agent before he became the enemy.
Oh my
His American
god.
name was Tim Osman. Osama Osman. Did you hear about Team 6? The Navy SEALs who killed him? They all died 3 months later when the helicopter crashed.
That's not true.
No eyewitnesses who might once tell the tale of what really happened. We've been lied to on a scale we cannot fathom just yet.
Where is SEAL Team 6 now? A joint investigation by British and American governments into the failed hostage rescue operated, which was led by DevGru, that resulted in the death of the British aid worker, was concluded. No, that's not what I'm looking for. There's basically nothing about this, so I think this is just something QAnon claimed. Quora, that's not a good source, but... There we go. The SEAL Team 9 was lured into an ambush when they later realized was a planned attack on them by Afghan Taliban. So 22 were SEAL Team 6 members? What are the sources on this, though? The Washington Times. I'm not familiar with the Washington Times, so I can't really say if this is reliable or not.
3 books will have to be rewritten. America was sold to the highest bidder by Obama, the Clintons, and the Bushes. Do you realize the state of shock people are going to be in when the truth finally hits the surface? Do you understand why Guantanamo Bay has been fully upgraded and expanded? Do you have any idea how many sealed indictments there are waiting for the perfect moment to be unsealed so that arrests can be made? More than 100,000. Many will be prosecuted for treason, some for high treason. High treason means capital punishment, death penalty. There will be chaos and shock, but there will be guidance from totally unexpected mystery guests. This moment in time is...
This legit sounds like a setup for like a fascist government takeover, in which Donald Trump makes a bunch of charges up somehow and kills all of his political enemies. If this were to happen, then that's what's happening.
Is one that will make history. One that is unprecedented in the history of mankind. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Find out in our final part, number 10.
Jesus Christ. Dang it. Dropped a cracker.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's July 7th, 2020, and I'm broken down here with a dead alternator. I don't know, who knows? I don't know anything about fucking cars. I really could care less. Although those guys make a lot of money. Anyway, while I'm waiting to be rescued, I'm in a safe place. Don't worry, guys. No problem. I'm actually in a park. It gives me a little time to catch up with you guys. Okay? Let's talk about a couple things first off. One thing, the weather here in New York. Okay, on Memorial Day weekend, I got those tomato plants, and I planted them at that point. And at that point, it dropped down to about 40 degrees. I had to bring the plants inside. As you can see, they're all potted, so it was no big deal. Now, if I had a yard or something like that, where, anyway, it would have been a problem. Let me just put it to you that way. Or you could have wrapped it or something like that. But my point is, Memorial Day weekend, it dropped down to 40 degrees. And then right after that, I would say, I think Thursday or Friday, the temperature started going up. And it stayed there to 85 degrees. Every morning I woke up on the terrace, it said 85 degrees. 85 degrees every fucking morning I woke up. Okay, so that's wacko weather here. All right, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe it's just a trend. Maybe this happens every 50 years or 80 years. I'm not sure. I don't remember anything like this ever happening.
Or climate change is the thing.
Okay. I do know that they're chemtrailing us every single day, before, after storms. Yeah, the chemtrails are the lines in the sky that are straight.
Those are called contrails. It's condensation off of airplane wings.
And they morph. And they get bigger. Sometimes they even, combine with other clouds. But they're a little sneaky, though. They like to do the chemtrails behind the clouds now, So, I don't know what levels of the atmosphere there are, but, whatever. Say the cloud level is at 20,000 feet or something like that. No, let's say 10,000 feet, the cloud level is. So they'll start chemtrailing at around 20,000 feet. What benefit that does, I don't know. It's all overcast here, so you can't even see the sky at this point. But this isn't the point I made this video. There's other things. Oh, okay. All right. So the weather. I covered that with you. It's very unusual. It's been 85 degrees for the last, almost a month now. And it doesn't look like it's going to get any, or cool down at all. I mean, it in a way, today is probably about 75 degrees. Hold on one sec. We got a visitor. All right, sorry about that. The landscapers are nice. Actually, they asked me if I wanted to jump, and I'm not 100% sure if that's the problem. So it could be the alternator.
What does this have to do with flat Earth?
They can't. I need our mechanic to come here and do it. Legally, they cannot do anything with the van. Anyway, that's not my point. So, we are going to get a break in the weather, I think, in the next...
I'm wondering what he does for a living, because it looks like his van is specifically, like, wheelchair accessible in all rows, which means he must transport people in wheelchairs from place to place, and I'm just curious, does he, like... work for an old folks home, maybe? Or a specific transportation service for people in wheelchairs?
Today is going to be 79 degrees rather than 80, 85, 90, but then it's going to swoop back up. So that's very unusual, guys. All right.
Handy transit, is that a thing? I didn't know. That's interesting.
Number 2, these asshole politicians. At the beginning of the COVID scare, and what a scare it was. Millions of people. Wow. Right. Anyway.
Like 3 million people have gotten it, and like 130,000 people are dead in the U.S. Yeah. It's bad.
At the beginning, they decided to let out all of the criminals in jail. Okay, not all of them, but some of them between the ages of 20 to 40, and some of them who have low offensive crimes or something. That's what they want to make you think. But half these people were in gangs. And guess what they did? They got out of jail, and they went back to their gangs. And they...
This just sounds really thinly veiled racism to me.
Started gangbanging everything and started shooting everything up in New York City. Okay, so now New York City is at 225% higher than it was in crime last year. And how could that happen? Why, the media will come on and tell you, oh, yes, it's because everybody's been cooped up. Bullshit. It's because of the asshole politicians who let these fucking criminals out. That's what it is. What do you think? They're going to go back and sit down and eat ice cream? No. They're going to go back to what they were doing.
Hey, I'll have you know gangbangers enjoy ice cream, okay? Everyone enjoys ice cream.
Idiots. I can't believe people don't see this shit. They don't see the trend. Okay? They're trying to destroy all of our history. They're trying to make you think that all of our history had slavery inside of it. Well, they weren't. Every president had slaves. All right?
What? Our history is filled with slavery, and many presidents did own slaves. Not all of them, but a lot of them while it was legal.
I mean, this is the mafia, pretty much, put together into these groups.
This guy escalated this shit so fucking quickly.
That's exactly the only way you compare it. I mean, these are organized crimes. They should be called terrorists, as far as I'm concerned, because that's what they do. And you know what? It's like 75% white kids, and the other 25% are black. You know, so what are they? What are the white kids? And they're all college students. So you're telling me these college students have nothing to do, okay, because obviously they're not going to college, schools are closed, and we're now into summer break. They're getting paid to do this. They don't.
No, they're not. They just care about the fact that people are being racially discriminated against by the police. McClippy, thank you for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs. Wow, thank you very much.
I don't even know what they're fighting for. That's...
Again, if you listen to them, you would know it's about the police mistreatment of minorities.
It's the stupid thing about it. All right, more bullshit for you to sit there and talk about.
Chris, I'm en route. I just left by the
Hold on
hospital.
1 second. All right, sorry about that. Looks like the rescue boat's on its way. Thank God. Okay. Anyway, so that's my take on that. That's just more distraction. It's a paid group. They don't know what they're fighting for. They're ripping down statues.
Anita Wu says, is he legit saying that Black Lives Matter protests are made up of gang members that were let out of prison and that they've dragged students into it? Yeah, this guy's nuts.
That have been there for 50 years. I mean, it's just bullshit. That's all it is. It's more nonsense for people to fight about and think that there's fear, you know, I just can't understand why people can't see this. Now, another thing, the whole thing with the essential workers, non-essential workers. Oh, I'm sorry, millennials. You know, you went out, you got your college education, and possibly more than that. I think maybe you went on and got your master's degree in something, and then all of a sudden the politicians come over and tell you that you are a non-essential worker. You can't.
Okay, but like, you can have an important job and still be non-essential in a pandemic. Stop trying to neg millennials, dude. We aren't as stupid as you.
Can't go back to work. Oh, that's too bad. All that work, huh? All that $125,000 debt that's floating up in the sky that every professor told you you were going to become something, and then now they're telling you you're a non-essential worker. But they're putting people back to work now because I'm seeing a lot more traffic on the road. So the non-essential workers are going back to work. But think about it. Think about all of that time that you spent to become the business that you're in, and then all of a sudden...
This guy's legit, like, super weird and butthurt about a lot of things, but I can't narrow in on exactly what it is. He's just, like, angry in general.
Most of them don't even have a college degree, which is even worse. Tell you.
You just made fun of college degrees, and now you're saying it's worse. What? Something tells me this guy's super insecure about his job, which is weird, because there's no reason to be. He's doing something that's a necessary, like, thing. He's helping people in wheelchairs get around. That's awesome. That's great. There's no reason to be insecure about it. Why act like this?
That's your non-essential. Your job is stupid. These fuckers. All the indoctrination they did to work.
What does this have to do with Flat Earth? The title of this video is Don't Curve the Line Elite on our Flat Earth.
They missed something. They missed something, guys. I'm sorry, they missed something. All the indoctrination they did to you when you were a child. Putting the globe in front of you. Telling you that we live in space and Saturn's over there. And that's...
We live on a planet that is in space, yes.
But you're looking up at the sky. Everything is trillions of light years away, but they...
Not everything. Most things are many, many light years away, yes.
They missed something. Sorry, elites, you missed something. You keep writing straight lines. Remember the penmanship? Oh, the penmanship. That's very important. You've got to write in a straight line. Even all of our papers like that.
So it's legible. So it's easy to read. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
It's until they turn it into a curve. Okay, that's when I think I'm going to say, no, this is enough. Enough of the indoctrination bullshit, okay? When you're going to see paper that's in a curve. They miss that, though. You see, they have everything in front of you that's a globe. Everything in front of you is a ball. They keep telling you live in space, but you're writing on straight lines. Don't curve it, guys. Please don't curve it, okay? Oh, man, it's just, you gotta have fun. You gotta have fun on our flat Earth. I mean, it's just something you have to do. All right.
Oh, this guy's nuts. I'm gonna leave a comment. Oh boy. Writing is done in a straight line, so the Earth, gotta capitalize Earth, must be flat. Galaxy brain, take right there. Galaxy. Let's see what else is on his channel. Wash your hands on our flat Earth. Well, that's good. At least he's saying to wash your hands, I guess. My goodness. What else we got? A flat earther in a van down by the river. This is someone debating a flat earther, I think. Flat Earth, the globe, science community ran away.
Okay, official document regarding the safe operation of tower cranes, in this case travelling tower cranes, i.e. tower cranes that are on tracks. All we're interested in is a couple of bits of information. At the top, if cranes are to travel whilst carrying a load, the jib must, as far as practicable, face in the direction of travel.
Well, this is a boring-ass flat earther. Jesus Christ. 36 Bible verses that prove flat Earth.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth, when he...
Okay, yes, the Bible has the model of the earth as being flat. It does. We've talked about this in the Bible study before. Basically, the Bible operates on a model of the earth that is the firmament model. I think I've shown it before, but might as well. Firmament Bible. The Bible basically says the earth looks like this. It's a flat earth with an underworld below. Above you have the dome. The sun, the moon, the stars are all right under the dome or stuck to the dome. And above the dome there is a bunch of water, which is what makes the sky blue. This is also where rain comes from. Sometimes water falls out of the ocean above the firmament. And then above the ocean is heaven. Literally like where God lives. This is what the Bible says the earth is. Obviously, we have discovered as time goes on that this is not what the earth and space are like. Plenty of religions have models of the earth that are disproven today. If you still want to believe in the Bible, that's fine. You just need to recognize that a lot of what was written by people who didn't have a complete understanding of their place in the universe. And that's fine. Just don't take the Bible, like, totally literally all the time. It's fine. Anyway. Simon Dan. My husband's finding Christ through flat earth testimony. Oh my goodness.
It's been a blessing to spend some time here this week with Paul and his family. It's been just such a blessing to fellowship with, and just got such a wonderful church here, and it's just been a pleasure to meet all of you. But yeah, I'll try to summarize everything. 20 minutes have been kind of threatening us all day, wondering how I'm going to get this all in. And I have a way like Paul to kind of expound upon things a little too much. You get sidetracked. You might have to put that sign up when you see me start threatening. Yeah.
All you have to do is say I'm going to close with this.
Exactly.
Just keep saying I'm about done.
Yeah. Approached me about God, and I surround myself with like-minded people, and really had no hope. And for 35 years of my life, kind of lived that life. And as I progressed and got older and older, it became more and more hopeless. Without having Christ in your life, that you tend to try to fill that void with other things. So I went down the road of alcoholism. I said I was putting my faith in man and in science, and I thought that they were proving things to me, and just had a difficult time understanding how people could put this blind faith in God. But here
Dead Vinny says, I'm gay, with a highlighted message. Good to know.
I just assumed and trusted that they were smarter than me.
And Des Viper says, we know.
I should just trust in that.
And then Dead Vinny says, oh, whoa.
Faith in the wrong thing in man, it led me down a horrible way of life. It's that
Ooh, Jesus Christ. I gotta up how much it costs to do highlighted messages at some point. Everyone has like 30,000 channel points.
Speed the process up here. 35 years old in 2015. I was sitting over
That's a lot of ooh-woos.
Into YouTube videos, little conspiracy things here and there. And one thing led to another.
Bailey Quinn says, joke's on you, Hannah. I have 87,000 channel points. Woo!
And I laughed, rolled my eyes, as I'm sure a lot of people kind of did there as soon as I mentioned flat Earth. It's kind of one of those subjects where people are just kind of like, oh boy. No. But after seeing a couple of suggestions in the video feed, I decided to click on them. Just thought, thinking I was going to get a good laugh. Little did I know that that was going to change my life forever.
I wonder how many people in this church are like, oh fuck, this guy's crazy, when a second ago they were like, yes, preach, brother, about how science is bullshit. Now that he's a flat earther, they're like, oh.
And for a good way. So I opened that up, and it was flat earth clues, and it was interesting. I thought I was going to get a good laugh with the very first thing that, and I started, wow, you guys gotta.
Oh no, Home Depot employees hear truth about flat earth. Flat smacked. Okay, let's see this guy harass workers at Home Depot, I guess.
We ain't seen no
Holy fuck, that's loud. Sorry, everyone.
curvature.
Oh my goodness.
You guys ever met a flat earther? Huh? You guys ever met a flat earther?
They do not get paid enough to deal with you, sir. Please leave them alone.
Like Kyrie Irving or something? Yeah, what's up? Have you ever met a flat earther, like a real one? No. Because I don't know if Kyrie Irving's a real flat earther, to be honest.
Man, what, bro? He over there talking that junk crazy, man. He be saying stuff like, man, like he dead serious, like he dead serious, bro. Trust me, believe me.
Yeah.
He dead serious.
Well, I've been testing it for 5 years, and I don't think the Earth's a ball. You guys got spirit levels here at Home Depot. It establishes a horizontal or a level, and then you could use, if you're building a bridge or something, a plumb bob, which is a pointed weight at the bottom.
Right.
And that establishes a vertical, right? And people just...
Okay, but all these things are relative, right? Level on Earth is relative to your position on it, because down is a relative position based upon your position upon the Earth. Down is always towards the center of the Earth, because it's the center of the mass of gravity of the planet we're standing on, right? So you can use gravity where you are, whether it be on one of those, bob things or on a level with a bubble, because generally where we're doing level towards the ground, and the ground is more or less down. Down being a relative direction, that means below our feet towards the center of the earth. But that doesn't literally mean the earth is flat.
Believe that that's happening around a globe?
Oh, look at this guy's face. He's like, I don't want to engage with this man. But is it worth getting fired over? I already only make minimum wage. Do I need to get written up by my shitbag manager for screaming at this white guy about the earth being round?
You know what I'm saying? How do you get a horizontal on a globe? It would have to be curved.
No, that's not how anything works. Again, I think every 15 degrees on the earth, there's... I don't even know. Let me look. Earth's curvature. The Earth has a radius of approximately 3,965 miles using the Pythagorean theorem. That calculates an average curvature of 7.98 inches per mile. So basically, on the scale that we are building things, like houses, stuff like that, you don't really need to take curvature into account. What matters more there is elevation, right? Because elevation is separate from curvature, and you're going to have to deal with, making sure your ground that you're building on is flat relative to itself. It curves still, as it is part of the Earth, but curvature on that scale is so minute, you typically don't have to take it into account until you're building really long things. Like really long bridges. There's a, what are they called? Power lines, Earth's curvature. There's a lake that has power lines over it that demonstrates the Earth's curve. You can see it here. Over longer distances like this, you have to take the Earth's curvature into account, but it depends upon how far apart you are building your objects, because again, it's elevation relative to each other on the Earth. So if you have two, things, I don't know what these things are called. If you have two structures and you're putting wire or whatever between them and you need to make sure they're level, if they're close enough, the elevation difference in terms of the Earth's curvature is so minute you don't even need to take it into account. But over long distances, over time, you can see the curvature does in fact take place, right? It's pretty simple. The issue I see with flat earthers typically is one of scale. They are completely incapable of abstractly thinking about how small we really are on the Earth. Because if you go out to the Salt Flats or anywhere that has, very, very flat elevation, it can look flat. It can look like a plane, but that's because we're looking at it from right up next to it. Like an average person's, in the 5-6 foot range, we're basically right on the Earth's surface. We're not very high up at all. Even in an airplane, you can't really see the curvature. You have to go very, very high. Because we are so close to the Earth. You can see this. Someone's demonstrated this with a basketball. Flat basketball. It's from this. Flat basketball proof. Basically, someone took this picture of a basketball and said, research flat basketball to demonstrate that if you are very, very close to a surface that is round, it appears flat. Because that's how perspective works, right? So obviously we all agree this basketball is round, but if you look close enough, you can't see it. You can see the same thing in Star Wars. Okay? The Death Star's a ball. The Death Star is round, but when you're in the trench on the Death Star, it looks flat because the curvature is so gradual and we are so small relative to it. Okay? The same thing applies to the Earth. We are so small and so close to the surface that with your naked eye, it's nearly impossible to see the curvature. So you have to rely on math, measurements, and things like seeing ships dip below the horizon on the ocean. Right? But these things are demonstratable. And luckily we live in an era where satellites exist and you can see the Earth in photograph. Earth. Photograph. Like, this just comes down to them believing in insane conspiracies in general, though. Them claiming that NASA's a lie and that all these photos are fake and whatever. But, no. The Earth is round. You can see photographs of it. Multiple people have been into space. No one's blown the whistle on some sort of flat Earth conspiracy. Anyway, back to... whatever. Annoying. I know. Look at this guy's face. He is already so over this. He's like, man, I'm just trying to work my way through college. Can you please not bother me?
Right. So I've been testing water for 5 years. Large bodies of water don't curve.
They do. Water curves. This is a weird thing flat earthers will say too. Water doesn't curve. Except water does curve. Have you ever seen a water droplet? Let me see if I can find one like on a table. Water does curve. It curves all the time. And it certainly curves when the surface it is on is curved, right? So if you ever hear a flat earther say, water finds its level, water doesn't curve, ask them about water droplets. Because water does curve, actually. Anyway.
And I run the largest flat earth group.
What? You said large bodies of water don't curve?
Yeah, they'll teach you in school that Earth's surface is 70% water.
Yeah.
It is. Earth's surface is mostly water.
But they don't tell you that according to hydrostatics or fluid statics, water at rest is natural level. That's how they make all these glass.
Okay, but again, level on a ball means that it's going to be level... How do I explain this in such a way that flat earthers would understand? That's the difficult thing, because a lot of them don't believe in gravity. Again, down is a relative direction. Down is always towards the center of the Earth. Water will find its level next to all the water molecules next to it, right? It will appear level. But over time, just like the ground curves very gradually, the water will curve along with it, right? Pretty simple.
Glass and mirrors perfectly flat. They melt molten, and then they put the glass on top of the molten, and it flattens out. But that's also how they get rid of the bubbles, so that the bubbles float to the top.
Thanks for coming to the stream, Andrew Dickerson.
It's because the molten underneath.
There is only one way to create plate glass without...
Oh, I don't want to hear about Mike Rowe's dirty jobs thing.
I'd rather believe man instead of God. Right. Because God said he's above us. How's God above you on a ball?
Again, this is the problem with taking the Bible literally. For one thing, it's been translated numerous times, right? So, what above means and the connotations of above in English aren't necessarily exactly what it means when it was originally written. But nonetheless, even if it means above in the same way above in English means above, the Bible says a lot of things that are scientifically untrue. So, that's only a problem if you take it literally. You can be a Christian and accept that evolution's real, and accept that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, all that kind of stuff, as long as you just decide the Bible is, you know, a group of teachings and people did their best, right, in terms of writing stuff down. And that's fine. I don't care. If you want to be a Christian, that's awesome for you. But that doesn't mean you get to ignore everything we know about the world that doesn't one-to-one directly match up with what the Bible says. Right? It seems to me to be a putting your fingers in your ears and going, la 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 la, I don't hear you, when someone says, hey, here's a couple things that are wrong in the Bible scientifically. It's fine if you still want to believe in the Bible or believe in Jesus or whatever you want to believe in, that's fine, but this, and this, not how it actually works. These were speculations by people from the Bronze Age who didn't necessarily know what was going on all around the globe. Haha.
Wouldn't he be all around you?
Oh my God.
Right?
I gotta look this up. I'm finna look this up. Man. You got me, man. I'm about to look this
Hey,
up.
I'll pull back around after I put my stuff in my car and give you a flyer.
All right.
I
Oh,
appreciate
God.
You guys listening up, dude.
No
You're
problem.
right. Guess how many people are in the Flat Earth group? We hit a new level yesterday. Not that high.
Okay.
That's embarrassing when you say, guess how many, and you're about to get excited about the number you're going to say, but then they say a higher number. Oh, no, not that high.
135,000 people.
Damn, man. Wow.
Yesterday.
I have more subscribers on YouTube than that. 135,000 people on the internet's basically nothing. I guarantee there's like a fan page for Miranda Cosgrove's feet that has more members than that. Let's look that up. Miranda she's an adult now. This is fine. Feet fan page. I'm gonna take this off this just in case. Just in case, we're gonna go ahead and not show this on camera. Miranda Cosgrove feet. There's a Wiki Feet page. Oh no. Wiki Feet. No bueno. No thank you. Why is there a Wiki Feet page? Oh my God. It's just feet. It's just feet. Oh no. That's so many Miranda Cosgrove feet. Oh, no. I'm bailing out of this comedy bit because it hurts me physically to see the amount of effort that has gone into Miranda Cosgrove feet on WikiFeet, which is apparently a website. I was this many days old when I find out that existed. Someone says, yep, that's real. Why you Googling it? You think I'm making up WikiFeet? I could live 1,000 years and I wouldn't come up with the comedy genius that is fucking WikiFeet. Jesus. Oh, no.
Today we hit 135. And that's with the algorithms. They're messing up all the numbers and stuff, right? So like I'll approve 1,000 people.
Apollo 8192. Wait, did you really not know about WikiFeet? Fuck, I thought everyone knew about that. Why would I know about WikiFeet? I don't care. If you're into feet, that's awesome. Like, go jerk off to all the feet you want. I don't care. It's just, I don't know.
People, right? The group only goes up 100.
Wow.
You're like, what's going on there, you know? So, I'll give you a flyer in 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Nice to meet you.
Ugh. Jesus Christ. This is one of the most beautiful images I've ever seen in my entire life.
Just had to run to my car real quick, get some flyers.
See if I got.
That guy's hat looks like it still has a security tag on it. I don't think that's what that is. But do you guys see that? It looks like either it's an ugly button or like there's a security tag on it.
All right,
I got two kinds of flyers, Bible flyers and science flyers, if any of you guys read your Bible, all right? Peace out. Like, well, it might not be
Oh god, another fucking red pill thing.
how you do it, but that's how I do it, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please subscribe, like, and share the video. I'd be delighted. And I'll see you all in the next heavily censored and demonetized video. God bless.
Subscribe. Subscribe. Oh god, he has 13,000 subscribers. Health is wealth. The laundry list of benefits to juggling metal balls.
No need to adjust your television. This is not a ghost, but you can call me Casper, the friendly brain trainer. Now you might be asking yourself, what is this goofy flat earther who needs a haircut doing juggling metal, solid, steel spheres? But turns out there's a laundry list of benefits to juggling metal balls, ladies and gentlemen. It includes increasing cardiovascular function, functional strength, improves hand-eye coordination, and I know anecdotally it can improve eyesight and spatial awareness. And as a natural byproduct of the increased blood flow, you will naturally increase metabolism, have softer hair, nicer skin, less wrinkles, and your blood will be cleaner and less susceptible to disease because the lymphatic system is an open system that cleans your blood while the blood is flowing. God clearly says in Leviticus, life is in the blood, so if we can clean the blood naturally, we should be making an effort. And if you can sweat during the training, even better. That will clear even more toxins. So there's a laundry list of reasons to do this type of training. I'm coming off a knee injury. I'm nowhere near as fit as I used.
Okay. I can juggle. I don't think I'd do it that way, because it seems like a good way to drop a weighted metal ball on your foot and break something, but do you, I guess. Let's do one more and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. Let me look at the most popular videos. 30-year NASA. Oh god, is he flat Earth talking about... Red pill the youth. Oh no. Is this guy gonna go up and harass a bunch of children about flat Earth? I'm never gonna have kids. It's not something I'm interested in. But if I had kids and this creep walked up to my kid and started trying to tell them about flat Earth, I'm not a violent person, but I would beat the crap out of him. You fucking creep. Go away. Stop bothering children with your nonsense.
Hello. Hey guys, real quick. I gotta fly.
Oh god, he's literally on a playground and he's fucking giving them stickers. Please. Oh my goodness, no.
Fire for you. Check it out.
Oh my god. This is the worst thing I've seen. Anita Wu, just say no to pills, kids, no matter what their color or who gives them to you. And of course the playground monitor's like, fuck off, you creep. Please don't talk to the children. I'm not gonna pretend I'm the most socially aware fucking person on the planet. I can be quite oblivious. But I know you don't go up to a playground full of children and offer them things. What?
I can't give him a flyer. Hey guys, check this out real quick.
This is gonna make me cringe to fucking death. I guarantee it. Are the cops gonna show up? Because that adult is aware. And if anyone shows up to his school, with stickers for children on the playground, the cops should be called.
Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real. The floor is not moving 1,000 miles an hour. Okay?
This is like the saddest shit. Oh, dude. Nathan. This guy, his channel name says he's Nathan. Nathan, please reconsider everything you've ever done.
Okay.
Getting roasted by elementary school children. That's a new one. Are the kids being led away? Yeah. The playground monitor had them fuck off. Because no one wants a creepy dude bothering children.
Yo guys, let me give you a flyer real quick. Here. I love you.
Don't scream I love you at children you don't know.
Come take a flyer. I'm gonna flashback them. Guys, you don't live on a ball. The earth is flat.
Leave.
Got flyers for.
What makes him think this is
Stay
okay?
Right here. You can check out my YouTube, okay?
I think one of the kids is going to... I think one of the kids is running to get a teacher. This guy says, dude, I love you, but you're gonna get arrested. Yeah, no shit.
Some of them picked them up. Hey, give them to the teachers. Hey, you can verify everything on my flyer.
I'm sure the teachers are gonna verify what's on your flyer.
Large bodies of water do not curve. Hey guys, you're not on a ball in space. The earth is flat. Large bodies of water do not curve. Okay? Large bodies of water.
I think they're having all the kids come in from recess because of him. He just ruined these kids' recess because he's a fucking psycho.
Do not curve. Research flat earth. That's how you do it right there.
What the fuck?
Got them all right there. Jeez. Well, hearing leads to knowing. Gotta tell them. If you don't tell them, you're not doing any better than the people at the top that deliberately lie. There's two forms of lying in my opinion. Deliberately misleading people and unintentionally misleading people. They're both lies. That's for sure. And if you keep the truth a secret, well, you're not doing much better than the elite, because that...
Jesus fucking Christ. Someone send this to the cops. Jeez.
That's what they're doing. They're keeping the truth a secret. The UPS driver just waved at me. That was funny. All right, guys, well, make sure you red pill the youth. That's why they get them when they're young.
At least this has mostly down votes.
Just tuning in, you just missed me flat smacking like probably 400 kids.
Flat smacking. These kids, their impression of you is a crazy man came to school and started screaming at us today.
That was cool. Well, if they're gonna reserve the right to lie to the kids, I'm gonna reserve the right to tell them the truth.
That's not how anything works.
I don't need to ask anyone.
There were not 400? Yeah. It's almost like flat earthers are really bad at estimating numbers and distances. Weird.
Permission to tell kids the truth if they're gonna lie to them. So, tell them large bodies of water do not curve. You wanna know why? 'Cause that's the truth. Large bodies of water do not lie. I also told the kids space is fake. You wanna know why? Space is fake.
They use CGI.
Space is not fake, though. It's not fake. You're using a cell phone right now that relies upon communication systems that use satellites.
Green screen, harnesses, wires.
Like, you get your signal from a local tower, but a lot of internet services and other things do rely on communication services that use satellites.
That's why you see bubbles in space.
And GPS, yes. Oops.
You can see thumbs in space. I mean, spacesuits don't work, guys. It's just a vain religious superstition that people go to space and float around. They are just in pools.
At least the cops would find a really easy way to find him. He's the guy in the blue flat earth hoodie.
100%. Gio, let's go, big guy.
Oh, he brought a dog with him, too. That's, like, almost worse.
Let's go. I got a big old long leash. I could just leave Gio over here.
He got arrested for this? Fuck yeah. Do you have a source on that I can read?
So, I've been wanting to flat smack this school for a while. You know what? I might come back when they get out of school and they're all waiting for the bus and walking home and stuff because I just feel called. Maybe I'll go live in an hour again.
There we
Gio.
go. Thank you. We'll take a look at the arrest after this, and then I'm gonna call it a night.
Are you going poops here, Gio?
I don't need to see the dog poop.
Alright, well...
I wonder if he's on a sex offender list now.
I really appreciate you stopping. You know anyone who's ever told you the earth is flat? No, I'm Bible right here. You read your Bible? God created a firmament, put the stars, the sun, the moon in the firmament for signs and seasons. That's not what they're teaching these kids right here. They're teaching that we're blasting through space on a ball, and God never said that. And I love you, bro. I appreciate you stopping, okay? Take care, my man. Got another one. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
He's really self-deluded enough to believe that every single person he hands a little pamphlet to stops believing the earth is round. The level of misplaced confidence is almost inspiring if it wasn't so sad.
And another one down, another one down. Another one bites the dust. Then, oh, I think there's a dog back there running around. This could get interesting. I got my pepper spray. So, I've actually been waiting for a dog to try me. Oh, I got some people up here. Oh, I got some people.
This was only February, too.
Come on. Gio, let's go.
This was this year he got arrested. That's
Ladies!
hilarious.
Ladies, real quick.
Oh, no. This is so hard to
Could
watch.
I chat with you? They, like, ran away.
It's almost like you're acting like a complete creep to everyone you see.
I think they were scared of my dog.
He thinks they're scared of the dog. No, they are afraid of you. You're acting crazy.
But you know what? I'm gonna get their car.
Oh, no.
You best believe it.
Yeah, fuck with people's gas tank too. Like their fuel.
Come here, Gio.
Thing.
Come here.
Fuel cap. Sorry.
Right on the windshield wiper.
He's still fucking around this school.
I'm getting all tangled up over here. All right. All right. I love you guys. I'm gonna come back here and flat smack them when they all get out of school. I think it's 2:30 is what time they're out. Whew, it's nice and chilly. All right, I love you guys. Peace. Yeah, hit me up if you need flyers. FlatEarthFlyers@gmail.com. Look, there's a dog in the window. Gio.
Don't let your dog fuck around on other people's property.
All right, I love you guys. Look at Gio.
That poor puppy.
Yeah, bark for him, Gio. All right. Hit me up if you need
dog's on a leash.
guys. FlatEarthFlyers@gmail.com. Sharing's caring. Store treasure in heaven. You can lead a globe earther.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me see if... Name Name, arrest age, no. Tagged as hottie. I need to see. There's nothing specific. Let me see if I could find, like, an article that goes into it more. Flat Earth advocate Nathan Thompson arrested in Greenville. Greenville News. In a video viewed more than 33,000 times by Monday afternoon, a man approached students on the Hollis Academy playground in Greenville and reaches over the fence to hand them flyers before yelling out, "Space is fake! You're not on a spinning ball." A teacher on the elementary school's playground can be seen ushering students away from the man wearing a blue sweatshirt with Flat Earth emblazoned across the front as he yells, "Listen, guys, they're going to teach you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real. The floor is not moving at 1,000 miles per hour." That man, 34-year-old Nathan Edward Thompson of Coda de Caza, California, was later arrested by Greenville County deputies and charged with public disorderly conduct in relation to the incident. I'm curious what kind of sentence that holds. Thompson told the Greenville News that he's been traveling the country for 3 years, organizing conferences for people who believe in the Earth is flat, and working to spread his ideas. He said he went to Hollis Academy on Thursday to share his beliefs with the children on the playground. "I was walking my dog on a public sidewalk and used my First Amendment rights to tell those kids that large bodies of waters do not curve." Okay, the government does not have the right to outright arrest you or whatever for what you have to say. However, you cannot trespass at a school and creepily talk to the children. That is not a free speech issue. You're just a creep. One student calls out, "Are you crazy?" before the man drops a few pamphlets over the fence. How can he have so little foresight to know this is not going to go well for him? In the video, before Thompson walks away, he says, "I'm going to flat smack them." Don't go to a school and yell at the children, "I'm going to flat smack you." Doesn't come off very well. In the video, I said that. A phrase he said means to challenge the concept of a spherical Earth to people who are not familiar with the Flat Earth movement. "Large bodies of water do not curve. Research Flat Earth," he yells to children in the video. Thompson says in the roughly 8-minute video YouTube clip, he might come back when the school lets out to talk to the students getting on the bus. He said Monday that he never returned to the school. A message went home to Hollis Academy parents Friday saying, "We're concerned anytime someone is reaching across the fence and we don't know what they're up to," said Tree Brinkman, a spokesperson for the Greenville County School District. No matter what Thompson's intentions were, Brinkman said it was inappropriate to yell out to children on the playground and reach over the fence. "It scares children. It frightens the teachers," Brinkman said. "It's not okay." The video shows Thompson continue walking down the road with his dog after he leaves the playground fence. He stops a person driving by in a car to hand out a pamphlet before attempting to approach a couple of women who appear to run away from him. "I think they were scared of my dog," he says in the video. That's a good way to end it. I want to know what he was sentenced. Did he just get probation, or do we just not know? Which would be fine. I get it if it's like, Did he do a video about it, maybe? About getting arrested? It seems like the kind of thing he would do, right? Why you don't argue with Globers. Ew. 1 month ago, we gotta go back to when he went to the school, which would have been a decent bit ago. It was in February, so June, July. So like 5 months ago or so. 5 months ago. 5 months ago. Come on. Where is it? Red Pill the Youth, and it's him with a bunch of kids again. Seriously, stop. Please stop going to children with this stuff. Okay, this is 6 months ago, so I gotta... Why can't I find it now? Stop going up to children. Stop going up to children. How hard is this to understand? God. I can't find the one we just watched, though. In this list now. Do you guys see it? Am I just being blind? Most popular. Red Pill the Youth. I need... Come on. Nathan Totlett. It's under 4 months ago. MMO addicted. There we go. Thank you very much. This was in March. Why does he keep wanting to get fucking with kids? Stop it. Get some help. Yeah. Maybe he belongs in prison if he can't stop harassing kids. Like...
If you do it unto one of the least of these, you do it unto me, the scripture says. Jesus said, if the world hates you, remember, it hated me first. If they persecute you, they persecuted me.
Jesus was also a carpenter. I think he would have known how to make that sign a little more stable and less, susceptible to wind. Maybe put some holes in it. I don't know. Maybe would have figured out a way to give it a flailed base so you don't have to hold it the whole time. You can just stand by it and talk to people. I'm just saying, Jesus would be ashamed of your craftsmanship, sir. Chasna said the world hated Hitler, too. Yeah. I hate when people use the, I'm hated, therefore I must be right. No. Nope, a lot of people are hated are also wrong.
I'm on the sidewalk.
Like, I think it was said, I think it was Carl Sagan who said, they laughed at Galileo, they laughed at Einstein, but they also laughed at Bozo the Clown. It doesn't mean because you're laughed at, you're actually being persecuted for your very true beliefs.
We can go to the other side. Let's go to the other side, dude. Because there's... Just standing in the grass over there, dude.
This is like a comedy sketch gone wrong. He's just getting roasted by children.
Sorry? I can't hear. Why? I'm on the sidewalk.
There are typically things called school zones, which means that an area within a certain distance of a school is considered a school zone, and the government can make what are called, like, time and place restrictions on your speech. So, for instance, if you are... whatever. If you're this guy and you're trying to do a flat earth protest, you might not be able to do it. This is going to depend on the state and the county laws and everything. You might not be able to do it within a school zone, specifically because it's considered like harassing children. So despite the fact that you do have a First Amendment right to protest, to voice your opinion, whatever, in public, if you are within something like a school zone, you can be asked to leave. It's like a thing. Here's him talking about his arrest. Thank you, Chapelmon. Oh, much better.
You're live. All right, guys. I got an awesome story for you. I was out to lunch, and I was talking to the plant-based cook and the plant-based receptionist, lady, cashier, and they were telling me there was a customer in there talking about flat Earth earlier in the day, and she said, oh, well, I actually believe some of the stuff that they're saying. And he got real upset, she said. And so she immediately dropped it. And he said after that, well, you can believe whatever you want. Just don't go telling it to the kids. And when she said that, I said, I'm the one that he was probably talking about in Greenville, sharing it with the kids. Hey, that's Trevor. Everyone say hi to Trevor. And I said, I was probably the one he was talking about sharing it with the kids. And she said he had the article on the table and he was reading the newspaper article in front of everyone. So I gave her flyers and I gave her extra flyers to give to him. Apparently he'll be there tomorrow. He goes there every day. So
That's a good way to lose a customer.
I'm going to have her call me when he's there, and I'm hoping I can schedule a live debate with him. I think that would be cool, but...
What the fuck? Not every random person in public wants to debate your dumb opinions, dude.
Just want to let you guys know the good news. Cops showed up and told me that I'm not allowed at any of the Greenville schools.
Good. Good.
Because they issued a trespassing warning. So all these spots right here, I can't flat smack or...
Stop calling it that.
The cop warned me I might go to jail.
Why the fuck are you saying it like that? You will go to jail. You will go to jail for trespass. Do not do this.
Can I
I think Trevor can go, and I think Trevor should go
You're gonna get your friend arrested, dude.
because I can't.
Hey, did they put Bob Jones University on there?
I don't think so. I think these are just elementary. We'll have to look at it, but... So cop stopped by again, said hi, can't get enough of my flat earth activism. And he goes, any questions before I leave? This is the best part. I said, yeah, do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Oh, God. Stop making me feel bad for the police.
Cop goes, I don't know, I haven't researched it. I said, dude, you shut up at my house. I said, do you want a flyer so you can research it? And he goes, you already gave me one when he showed up on Thursday. It was the same guy, the short hair, you remember?
Yep.
So he said, you already gave me a flyer. I go, dude, you show up to someone's house again after being there and they told you the earth is flat, they're lying to all the kids, and you still haven't researched it?
Because it's stupid. Like, if someone shows up at a school and they're screaming at the kids, the moon's made of cheese! The moon is made of cheese, I say! You're gonna get cheese smacked! If I'm a cop, and I'm told to go to this guy's house and be like, sir, you can't go to the school and tell the kids the moon is made of cheese, please stop harassing students. And he says, do you want a moon cheese flyer? For one, fuck yes, I'm taking that flyer because I'm going to show it to everyone and tell them the hilarious story about the idiot I had to talk to at my job about the moon not being made of cheese. And then if I have to show back up, it's not my obligation to research cheesy moon theories, right? It's patently ridiculous. And everyone knows it. Stop acting like flat Earth is some reasoned position that needs to be debated. It isn't. It's up there with cheesy moonerism. Just knock it off.
Like, think of how big of a zombie you have to be.
God damn it, Hannah mentions cheese. Yes, that is one on the bingo. Yes.
To meet someone who's like, hey, dude, they're lying about the globe. Like, they're all cartoons, space is fake, here's a flyer, and they just like, oh, I'll look at this later. You know, when I get some time, toss it in the back of the car. Like, oh my gosh, how big of a globe zombie moron
Globe zombie.
can you be? How much can you hate the truth and love lies to the point where someone's like, hey, the earth's flat, and you're like, I'll look into it one day. All right, cool, by the way.
They're placating you. They're saying, uh-huh, sure, and trying to get away from you because you're weird. Again, I am not the most socially aware person on this planet, but I'd like to think I can recognize when people want me to fucking go away, right?
Don't go to any of these schools because you're telling them the truth.
The fact that you go to the side of a ball, you fly to different parts of the ball.
Captain Seculoid has something that they've... Oh, you clipped it. I see. That's fun. Cheese, I say! You're gonna get cheese smacked! Cheese, Yeah, that's pretty good.
And the blood in your body doesn't rush to your head. There's
What? Why would it rush to your head?
your sign.
Yeah, there you go.
You can't be on a ball.
Yeah, anyone who's on a ball knows that they're on a ball. You know,
Exactly.
It's really difficult to stand on balls, especially if they're moving.
Not if the ball is as big as the Earth and it has a strong gravitational pull on you. And again, motion is relative. We don't feel motion. We feel changes in velocity, right? So if the Earth were to start slowing down rapidly or speeding up rapidly, we would feel that. But when we talk about the motion of the Earth, when we talk about how fast it's spinning, it's relative to other objects, right? Like the sun, or whatever. Motion is relative. Okay? Okay.
Imagine trying to navigate and coordinate a spinning ball. I mean, that's why for centuries, all our ancestors navigated a flat, stationary Earth. Because it is flat and stationary, and you got bozo cops arresting people for
That's not even true.
disorderly conduct for using their First Amendment right from the sidewalk, and they don't even go research it themselves, because they're such
Maps haven't, like... This is why you have different map projections for different things, right? When you're trying to navigate the Earth using a flat map, sorry, I said math, you need to use the correct projection for what you are doing. Like, if you want one that's very accurate in terms of longitude and latitude, you can get a map for that. If you wanted one that's very good at telling the distance between different things, different countries or continents or whatever, you could use a different projection. Because flat maps are always inherently a little bit wrong because you're taking a three-dimensional object and putting it down into a two-dimensional plane. Okay?
all our ancestors navigated a flat, stationary Earth.
That's not true. That's not true.
Because it is flat and stationary. And
again, navigating the Earth has nothing to do with whether or not it is spinning or stationary because you are on it and moving at the same speed with it. So, it wouldn't matter.
You got bozo cops arresting people for disorderly conduct for using their...
It would be like saying, oh, I need to crawl into the back seat of the car to grab something, and you going, oh, how are you going to navigate that? The car's moving. Well, what does that have to do with anything? I'm in the car. I'm moving with the car. We're moving at the same rate.
First Amendment right from the sidewalk, and they don't even go research it themselves because they're such bozos.
Can we be on the sidewalks and stuff, bro?
I didn't even ask them. I'm not going to go back and bother them because...
Oh, it seems like you do understand that it's an issue, but you're going to pretend like you're like, I don't even care. I don't even care. When you do realize that this is serious.
They're obviously super triggered, but you can do whatever you...
It seems like you're the one who's kind of upset about this because you're making a whole rant about it.
You want. I'll bail you out in 2 hours. It was $250. I got $250 to bail Trevor out right here, okay? I'm keeping it on me now because I'm not letting them throw me in jail and not have the cash on me, so...
They won't throw you in jail if you aren't harassing children. This is not a problem normal people have.
Crazy.
So, Trevor, it's $250. You don't have to yell at him either, dude. At you.
Trevor, go get thrown in jail for me, please. No. Like, Jake's my friend. He's my closest platonic friend. If Jake was like, hey, the cops have told me to stop harassing children. First of all, I'd have a lot of questions, but let's pretend it's a similar situation to this. Let's say Jake was going to playgrounds and saying, I gotta teach the kids about corn! And they won't let me anymore because they say I'm harassing the kids. Hannah, would you please go preach to the children about the love of corn? I would say no. Because I don't want to go to jail.
You just go over there.
What is it? Misconduct or
disorderly conduct?
Disorderly.
I'll bail you out in 2 seconds, but you should go to all these. We should go to all these schools, bro. I can't go, but you don't have a restraining order against you.
That's not how it works.
Yet. Ah! All right, I love you guys. Keep it real. Sharing is caring. Red pill the youth.
What a fucking idiot. Oh, this guy's awful. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this guy in the future. Because, boy, this is another Dunning-Kruger in full effect type person.
They have no idea that they...
Oh, there's cops.
On the sidewalk, which I didn't agree, but so I came right here.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
I'm not exactly sure what you can...
Anita Wu, can we please get Globe Zombie t-shirts? He probably already sells them, so...
This is considered school property, so I'm gonna get my supervisor policy.
Again, he just said this is considered school property because it is a school zone.
Or you can't stand if you need a permit or anything like that. If not, I'll let you get away and say...
This was a little bit before he got
being restrained.
contacted by the police to fucking stop, it seems like.
If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had...
Oh boy. Anyway. Let me turn on the music for the end here. That's gonna be it for today's Tinfoil Tuesday. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it. Next Tuesday we'll look some more into this guy because it seems like a lot of fun. I think I'm also gonna post this whole clip of watching this Flat Earth weirdo on the Hannah and Jake YouTube channel. So if you're watching this there, please, if you want any more of Tinfoil Tuesday or any of the other stuff I do, up to and including looking at people like The Quartering and Coach Redpill and a bunch of other chuds, Sargon, people like that, on top of all this conspiracy stuff and a lot of other fun videos we end up watching, you can catch me on Twitch, at twitch.tv/HannahReloaded. I also have a archive channel here on YouTube where I put all my streams, and it's just, it's also called Hannah Reloaded, all one word. You can either search it or there'll be a link in the description. Again, everyone here who is live, thank you so much for coming to the stream. You're gonna go get corn smacked. Good luck. Chat was flat smacked. So that's it. Thanks, everyone. Everyone is valid in chat, except for Flat Earth. Flat Earth is not valid. Night, everyone.